Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bhatt. Welcome for the seminar.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Mr. Bhatt is.
Good morning, Mr. Khurana. I'm Pratika, CSTP2 will be the host for the day.
Good morning. Is my audio clear?
Yeah, it's clear. Welcome for the seminar.
Thank you.
Madam, my audio is clear?
Sorry, sir.
Can be present for the inaugural session, which will be starting around 9:30 hours.
Okay.
You
want me to log in again and leave now?
You continue for the session. I mean, you
mute your microphone and then just be
session.
Hello.
Yeah.
Madam, are you able to see my slide?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Perfect. Well, I think the video will take a lot of, bandwidth. Will be okay? Hello?
You can put video as well as audio on the mute mode.
Yeah, the later I think I will put the video on the because I think it will take a lot of bandwidth. I think that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Kindly be available on the mobile if in case any urgent message is to be passed. Yes.
No problem. Always.
Thanks. Where is your other speaker, Atul?
Atul will join. I think another 5-10 minutes to 5 minutes or so. He will check.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. This is Mayank Bhargav from Ericsson.
Welcome. Where is your David? David.
Yeah, he should be joining in any time.
Share your content. Yeah.
I'll keep this. You'll be here only. Mr. Mayank?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning and welcome for the seminar, Mr. Mayank.
Yeah, good morning and thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, thank you. Can you please share your content, the presentation? What you'll be going to present so that we can have? Yeah.
Can I share now?
Yeah. Now it's
Testing.
It's just for testing.
Sure, absolutely.
Which one, sir?
Is it visible?
Okay. Fine.
Yes, it's there.
Can you now get David so that David has come? David, welcome to India. David, you need to unmute.
Hi, David here.
Yeah, David, welcome to India.
Mr. David? Good morning, Mr. David.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome for the seminar.
Hello. Hello.
So David, Mayank here. Can you see the slide?
Yes. No problem.
Okay. We can test David the video also. Give me a minute.
Okay, let me try the video. One moment.
No, I will try, David. Hold on. David, I will try.
Okay. Okay. No problem. Could you, try the video, yes.
Okay, then we are set for session.
Hold on, please. Hold on. So David, can you hear the audio and the video?
No problem. I can hear the volume.
Perfect. Okay, Mr. Madhusudan, I think we are good to go now.
Okay, so we'll start in 20 minutes, right? Okay. I'll take a coffee break for 20 minutes and I'll be back.
Sure, David.
You can join us at around 9:30, 9:25 for the inaugural session.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he will join. Yeah, he will join at 9:30 in 20 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Bye.
You can put on mute and audio and video mute and till we start the inaugural.
Absolutely, sir. Sure.
Atul Sharma is on the line.
Yeah, hi, Madhusan. This is Atul Sharma on the line.
Hello.
Mr. Atul, good morning and welcome for the seminar. Are we
Good morning.
audible?
Yeah, you're audible, loud and clear.
Okay, Mr. Ma, when we hand over to you, it is left to you who will start first and then hand over to whom.
Mr. Bhatt will start. I'll take over in between.
Okay, right. So kindly, your position is perfectly okay. You on all those.
All right. Okay.
And also available so that in case something is to be shared to you. Starting, I'm saying before the start.
Yeah. Understood.
And slide is visible.
Yeah, it's visible. GSMR evolution, it's visible. You all are welcome for the webinar on the day. Background.
morning, sir. Good morning. Welcome.
Welcome, sir. Welcome for the day.
Thank you. Thank you. My voice is loud and clear, na?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Your presidential speech, कुछ बात करिए. Let us see how it comes.
Morning, sir. You are able to hear my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Selvaji, just speak something.
I am Selvadurai, Chief Communication Engineer from Southern Railway. Good morning to all. Distinguished guests, speakers, audiences from railways, industries, research organization, various institutes. All are welcome to the seminar organized by IRST Chennai chapter on the event of World Organization, World Telecommunication Day.
Please wait. Go little slow. Go little slow.
Yes.
And you. That's all. That's only a suggestion.
Okay, sir.
Pause in between. Like a little slow and slight pause after the sentences.
Okay, sir. Otherwise, it should be like reading.
Okay.
PCST, sir. Sir, little bit you can be away from the speech. Little bit, sir.
थोड़ा पीछे sir. थोड़ा पीछे.
Yes.
Now
Yes.
you speak.
It is okay.
Voice is very strong, sir. High voice, high pitch.
Sir, any lights? PCST, sir.
Lighting. Okay. Lighting only this much is possible.
Sir, any now? No, sir. No. Front. Yes.
But backside light is stuff.
No, sir. No. Front. Yes.
But backside light is stuff.
Yes. This is okay. Yes.
Sir, जो back side बैठे हैं, they can be asked to.
Yes, sir.
You come in the side. Come there. Don't come in the view. View எல்லாமே சைடுல உட்காருங்க. அந்த சைடுல உட்காருங்க.
वो photograph पीछे क्या है? Photo
is of the sound. Lighthouses. 2 lighthouses.
Okay, sir, we are set.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Arora.
Good morning, sir. Rashid, sir.
Good morning. Welcome for the seminar.
Good
morning, ma'am.
All the audience are requested to kindly switch off their video. All the audience are requested to switch off their video to conserve bandwidth, and also please keep your mics in mute mode. I repeat, videos in off, mic in mute.
Good morning, sir. Sir, retired PCST, sir. Tuteja, sir. Good morning, sir.
Sir, please unmute your mic. Sir, unmute your mic, sir. Unmute your mic.
Okay, hello. Are you able to listen to me?
Yes, sir. Perfect, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I'll just switch on the video also.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Video, yes, sir. Perfect, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You are as smart as 30 years back, sir.
Thanks. So, how are things?
Fine, sir. Sir, आपको मिल गया ना sir 3 उनको speakers?
Yes, I got it.
So initially, sir, the moderator will now speak to you, sir. The coordinator.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, I am Pratibha, CST P2, sir. Welcome on the day, sir, for the seminar, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Sir, you will win for the first session, sir. And the CVs are already given to you, sir. So this was the inaugural session.
Okay.
Kindly join, sir, for inaugural session. Keep video off, sir, for your conserving bandwidth and get receptive. Are your wish, sir?
How long is the inaugural session?
30, sir.
9:30, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. For a short notice, you have to accept our
Okay.
invitation, sir.
I was worried about whether I'll be able to join this meeting through WebEx or not.
Yes,
But
sir.
I think that WebEx has a similar facility to join through the browser directly.
Thank you, sir.
But we have been using mostly Teams for our all official work.
Yes, sir. We'll work out, sir, because this is the license from RailTel, so we feel it is safe and secure for our users, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. This is Jatinder Khurana, if you remember him.
Jatinder.
Sir, good morning. Good morning, sir. Welcome on the seminar.
I can see
Local.
yeah. Bandwidth part.
You are there?
बोल सकते हैं GM and MST.
Hello, Selvraj. Can you hear me?
Morning, sir. I am able to hear you, sir.
Oh, how are you?
Fine, fine, sir.
Good morning, sir. Bhaskaran from Jalalpur. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Video is not there, sir.
Pardon?
Your video is not coming, sir.
Video not. Video wireless. Still not coming, eh?
Not there, sir.
Huh?
Not yet, sir. Are you able to see, sir, video?
We are not able to, we are able to hear, sir, but video we are not getting. Good morning, sir. We are checking it, sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir. MST, sir.
Yeah, very good morning.
Morning, sir.
Very good morning.
Bhaskaran from Jalalpur. Thank you, sir.
Great this Sunday morning
Thank you, sir.
on the occasion of World Telecommunication.
Good morning, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Southern Railway will welcome webinar, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to just make a small correction. It is the World Telecom and Information Society Day.
Okay, World Telecom and Information Society Day. Okay, all right.
Pradeep, how are you?
Fine, fine. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you. You are joining from Mumbai.
Yes, I joined from my home. Actually, these days this has become the new normal because I have been working from home since last 2 months.
Yeah. Same thing here. But we are working from both from home and these people are working from field also.
Yes. Since in our case, the field work has not yet started. It's still we are working in the design phase for our next time. So we are able to work from home.
Okay, yeah, great. So who all have joined so far? This we can see from here now participants.
Please,
participants, sir.
36 people have joined. Okay.
And please inform also as and when people joining.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir. I'm Murali Krishna, CWM Podanur, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, PED, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the seminar.
Good morning, one and all, sir. GM, sir. Good
morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. This is John Thomas speaking, sir.
Yes, sir. Welcome,
Morning,
sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Anshul.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Thomas Saab.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome. It is a great initiative by Southern Railway and under the guidance of General Manager Southern Railway and the leadership of dynamic leadership of new PCST, Mr. Bhaskaran. I'm really very, very happy that today, even it is Sunday, and he has organized the Southern Railway IST chapter. They have organized such a webinar, and very eminent speakers and eminent participants are participating in this seminar. So thank you very much.
Sir,
Thank you, sir.
shall we start the inaugural session, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And the speaker and all. A very good morning to respected members, Signal and Telecommunication Railway Board. A very good morning to General Manager, Southern Railway. A very good morning to from Railway Board, PED Signal Hub. A good morning to DG Iriset, sir. Good morning to PCST Southern Railway. A very good morning to all PHODs from other railways, officials from RDSO, DRMs, officers, participants, OEMs, industries, and officers also. A very good morning to one and all for the day. As we all know, we all are gathered over here, Telecommunication Day. We are together and we are celebrating the day of webinar present over here. And almost some 37 participants are linked on WebEx. Remaining participants, they are viewing us on YouTube, sir. Welcome for the day. Now, as we know, today is World Telecom. 17th May is celebrated as World Telecommunication Day. And today also, as our sir has also told us, we also celebrate Information Society. So as to say, today's day is to be dedicated to telecommunication. And as we know, telecommunication and isolation technology will only be the future. It will be bridging various departments, various ministries, economies, nations, dedicate so that we can deliberate apologies and we can listen. We can even debate on that and how best we can use these all new technologies in Indian Railways. So the day is for that, sir. As we know, IRST, Signal and Telecommunication Engineering Institution, and this forum gives us a way wherein we can discuss upon new ideas, we deliberate, we reflect. So this platform we have used to discuss upon World Telecommunication Day. Today, sir, what we are going to have, going to be connected, sir, and we'll be having some 9 technical papers, and which will be divided into 3 sessions. As we go that I'll be deliberating upon what are the speakers and what subject they are going to speak. But they will be, sir, communication networks, information technology, and advances in telecommunications. So whole day, I welcome one and all again and dedicate this day for telecommunication, and let us listen to each and every speakers and OEMs and industry so that we can celebrate this CC Southern Railway, Mr. Selvadurai sir, Vice President IRST Chennai chapter, to welcome all the participants over here. Sir, please. CC sir. CC sir, Selvadurai sir.
I am Selvadurai. You have to hear my voice?
Please, sir. Yes, sir. Please welcome the gathering, sir.
I am Selvadurai, Chief Communication Engineer from Southern Railway. Good morning to all. Distinguished guests, speakers, audiences from railways, industries, research organizations, various institutes, and welcome to the seminar by IRST Chennai chapter on the event of World Telecommunication Day. Every year since 1969, World Communication Day is celebrated, which makes the Phonograph Convention on 17 May 1865. All over the world, this is being celebrated with the view in mind, stimulating reflection and exchanges of ideas on the theme by the Council, like bridging the standardization gap, enabling the positive use of big data for big impact, ICT entrepreneurship for social impact, telecommunication and ICT innovations, broadband for sustainable development, etc. These are the ideas being circulated by UN. Debating the various aspects of the theme with all partners in society, to educate the public on issues to concern, to mobilize resources to address global problems. These are the things in keeping in mind. This Telecommunication Day is being organized. The telecom, in many ways, have successfully demonstrated during the current COVID pandemic. Their network has met the increased traffic demand, led the industry to adopt measures to keep the services available to the people. At at the time when they need them most. Operators allowances and broadband speeds and added capacity to the networks to meet all essential services. It is indeed a unique honor for me on behalf of officers and staff of Southern Railway and IRC Chennai chapter to welcome our respected system what we introduced is for roadmap for the future telecom. We are fortunate to have him guest for today's seminar. Indeed, I am very pleased, sir. I also pleased without General Manager Southern Railways, Sri John Thomas. Without his support and encouragement, we would not have arranged the seminar within the shortest possible. During the lockdown period, on seeing the telecom services, GM Southern Railway has communicated in his message in the WhatsApp group to all of us. Whatever the wordings he has given, it is highly encouraging. I will repeat. Telecom sector professionals are the real unsung heroes of COVID-19 crisis. There has not been any stoppage or breakdown in fact that more than 3 lakh towers, millions kilometers of fibers to be maintained. And all these assets are spread across rural and urban areas. We have been able to maintain healthy services, law and order, and essentials only because of robust telecom network. Also, people didn't feel much pain of the lockdown as all-round entertainment was available through this network. This really wonderfully condition for telecom for your encouragement. It is a moment of pride for me to welcome President IRC Chennai Southern Railway, Sri R. Bhaskaran. His timely suggestion and guidance on the technical purpose encouraged us to organize the seminar in the effective way. I would like to extend my special welcome session from Railway Board, Sri Rajesh Sharma, Additional Member Signal, Sri Anshul Gupta, PED Signal, our Director General, Sri S.K. Goyal from Reset. He is destined to lead the railways through paralleled changes in the history of. It is my pleasure to welcome GMs and HODs of railways and other railways officers and staff from railways and industries who are virtually present, contributories. Also my privilege to welcome all the senior officers who have served this organization with distinction and continue to guide this evolution, gave the roadmap for us. I would use this opportunity to welcome impressive roster of distinguished speakers and the industry, railways, who shall partake in Indian Railways' successful transformations in the year ahead. Your strong support and active participation will make this seminar a record-breaking event. Nothing but last, what I would say, our organizing committee headed by Sri Madhusudan PST project and his team have organized the and any feedback you would like to talk to them, please mail it to IRC Chennai chapter and gmail.com for further communication. I thank the advisors for giving the opportunity to welcome all the precious participants. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, sir. I hand over back to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a beautiful and a warm welcome for one and all, sir. Nice Sunday, 7 Telecom for welcoming each and every one. Our respected PCST, sir, Bhaskaran, sir, he has recently joined Southern Railway as PCST Southwestern Railway. He has also worked as CWM and in RailTel also, and he holds expertise in telecommunication and technologies. So now I request our to kindly deliver the presidential address, and he is the president of IRST Chennai chapter also. Sir, I hand over the forum to you, sir. I invite, sir.
Thank you. respected Shri Pradeep Kumar, member SNT, respected Shri John Thomas, respected Shri S.K. Goyal, DG Reset, my dear Anshul Gupta, PED, Puneet Chawla, CMD RailTel, respected retired officers and supervisors of SNT departments, members of Alumni Association, College of Engineering, Guindy, family members of all railwaymen, industrial partners, all students from the 10 million viewers from Lakshmipuram to Los Angeles who are watching this event live. For this interesting good morning to all. Kalai Vanakkam. Today is a historic day and we are celebrating the birthday of International Telecom Union. We have organized this event with wonderful help from RailTel, who is a partner for Indian Railways. May 17th, Indy, which is the oldest engineering college in the country. The baby is celebrating its 226th birthday after completing years. Which has large number of engineers, some were pillars of Indian Railways. A special welcome to all the members of Alumni Association, Engineering Guindy and their family members. IRST Chennai chapter is the most active IRST chapters of Indian Railways. Seminars are being conducted every month on BC with actively participating. In addition to it, large number of educational programs are being conducted at all field offices. Southern Railway SNT department is always performing very well in all fronts. Southern Railway has got a very stable communication network with very high capacity. STM16 is provided in most of the sections and remaining with STM4. Very few STM1s. MPLS network are provided in which of 1G railway station. We will furthermore extend to this capacity in midsection also, with large number of stations being provided with Wi-Fi, surveillance cameras being provided at more and more stations. The bandwidth requirement increases to cater to the requirement of all these things. All my predecessors for issuing strong policies and getting them. We are now trying to build on both sides of the track in 20 block sections. Then cable cuts may not affect the communication links at all. Of Southern Railway building railways requirement and is considered one of the best in Indian Railways. I feel very happy to lead this unit. This World Telecom Day celebration and the IRST seminar following it has been organized in the shortest possible time. In fact, 11th evening, the concept was by two Bhaskars. 12th morning, 11 hours, the concept was explained and the teams were nominated. 13th morning, Chennai chapter has disappeared to Jolarpet for an important and strategic signaling work. Led by Masudan, CHT project, Selvadurai, CCE, Sandip, RailTel, and the communication setup of Southern Railway for this event to be organized, which has more than 10 million viewers witnessing it live. Thanks to RailTel team for providing a very good support. You will witness presentation and active discussions. I am sure that we will organize many such events from IRST Chennai chapter, quality education input to all signaling and telecom of Indian Railways. In fact, RailTel's business is maximum day by day. 200 plus crore out of 100 crore business in Indian Railways. 60,000 in this area In fact, Google has pitched in only after we reaching 25,000 customers. By the time they come by, we had more than 60,000 still growing. We will have the next event organized in August 3rd, announcing it today as a surprise event. CWM, of course, Podanur will be presenting solid state automatic signal, which will work totally on, which can be there for the signaling augmentation. Looking forward to joining in. Please, this event. Please pray God that we should be able to organize events. Satisfied with the immense service being rendered by Indian Railways. Please send a tweet to Prime Minister, Railway Minister, and Chairman Railway Board for leading such a wonderful organization from the front. This opportunity. Have a wonderful day. Be safe.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Sir has very beautifully brought about the working telecom structure of Southern Railway and the new technology come up, and has given high motivational words. Thank you so much, sir. Now the takeaway part was, sir has also declared the date of, so we need to gear up for that also. So thank you so much for the presidential address, sir. Now we go ahead with the program. All know we are blessed for having our General Manager Southern Railway as the guest of honor for the day. Sir, Shri John Thomas sir is presently working as General Manager Southern Railway. Sir belongs to 1982 IRSSE batch. Prior to joining to Southern Railway, sir was working as AGM South Central Railway. He held various other important key posts in various other railways also. Sir was DRM Sholapur Division, and sir was also working in Southern Railway in various key posts like CSO, CELE, CET, CPMRE, and his tenure he has brought great laurels to our Southern Railway. Sir is highly supportive for this, and sir has been a backing support in Southern Railway so that we can go ahead with new technologies. And just to go ahead, sir, now I request our respected General Manager, sir, to please come forward and address the gathering, sir. Sir, GM, sir.
Thank you, Pratibha. Shri Pradeep Kumar ji, respected member SNT, Shri Rajiv Sharma, additional member SNT, Shri S.K. Goel, my colleague and DG of IDISET, Shri Anshul Gupta ji, Shri Bhaskaran, who have been connected today, all the officers and supervisors of the SNT fraternity and all other departments, retired officers, supervisors, members from the industry, and friends. I would like to thank Shri Bhaskaran, our PCST, for having invited me and given me this opportunity of being the guest of honor for this webinar. World Telecommunication and Information Society Day commemorates the founding of the International Telecommunication Union on 17/5/1865, as was mentioned previously, when the first International Telegraph Convention was signed in Paris. And from 1969, we have been celebrating this day. And this webinar gives an opportunity to us to focus on how technological advances can sort out the problems being faced by the world. Information is very important in helping the human civilization in getting correct information in the best possible manner. Information is useful if it reaches the right person at the right time. During the current pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, information technology has played a very important role in making us information all over the world and helping us in taking decisions. A number of apps have also come in which have helped us in the fight against COVID-19. And one such app is the Arogya Setu app, which helps us in finding out whether there is any risk with regard to an infected person being in our vicinity, and for taking the remedial measures. I hope and pray that all the information technology revolution which has come around in the days will help us in fighting this COVID-19 pandemic, and also in other areas. Another area where information technology has played a very important role, and where RailTel and Indian Railways had made use of this technology, is in the e-office application. I am very happy to note that many of the railways, starting with South Central and then Southern Railway, has been able to implement e-office, and I was very happy on 19/3 when the complete Southern Railway was on e-office. E-office plays a very significant role and is of lot of importance now, because it is learnt that paper or files is one means by which COVID-19 can be spread from person to person, and there have been cases because of COVID-19 virus being passed on through the files. So I am sure in a very short time the whole Indian Railways will be on e-office, and there will be no paper used for the for office working. In the past few days, with the COVID-19 pandemic looming all over the country and all over the world, video conferencing has been the norm for various meetings, and today's seminar is also on webinar, which is a proof of this technological revolution. There has been WebEx and Zoom where we see solutions, and we have been seeing that in the past 2 months, almost all our meetings, whether it's Railway Board or within the railway, have been held on these platforms. I am sure this session will give an opportunity for all of us to discuss and ponder over the latest technological innovations which have been introduced and will be introduced in the next 10 years, and in railways functioning in a better future. I hope and wish that we will be able to be wiser by the end of this day. Thank you, and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion, sir. And very beautifully, sir has brought about the use of VCs, and still we are using in this COVID period. And sir has also stressed upon now we go ahead the program. And now again, I'm very happy that we have our member SNT Railway Board for this occasion of the day. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us for the occasion. Shri Pradeep Kumar, sir, is presently working as member SNT Railway Board. And prior to working there, sir was working as Director General Nair. Sir belongs to 1981 IR SSC batch. Sir possesses master and degrees from IIT Roorkee. Also done master degree in addition from South Cross University, Australia. That sir has held various important and key posts in all our Indian railways. Sir has worked as AGM, WCR, TRM Vijayawada. Sir was in Railway Board as he headed various organizations till date. Holds a very nice expert communication operations, and sir has played a very vital role at present for various modern signaling works getting sanctioned across railways for all Indian railways. Thank you so much, sir, for our sir to address the gathering. So I invite our MST sir to kindly come and address the gathering, sir. Sir.
Thank you so much. Introduction. All the participants, others who are Some officers are on the WebEx, some are watching through. As the general manager Southern Railway has already explained, the utility of communication, utility of e-office, and utility of video conferencing in such a period when lockdown is there. And well, let me start of the World Telecommunication and Information Society and Communication Technology for the Sustainable Development Goals. Sri John Thomas, General Manager, Southern Railway. Sri Anshul Gupta ji in Railway Board. Sri ST Southern Railway. I think Rajiv Sharma is not available, our additional member, Signal Railway Board. He has got some other engagement. Mr. Our ex-CST Western Railway, I can just had a talk with him. He is available on the WebEx. See other officials, I could find our with whom I have worked in RailTel. He is also there on the link. Madhusudan CST project and many other officials. They are on WebEx. People, the partner from industry, officials from the industry are also on the link. The officers, Southern Railway, ladies and gentlemen, I think SK Goel is available. I don't know. It is said Sri SK Goel. And ladies and gentlemen, I am very, very happy to note that IRST Chennai chapter is organizing this one-day webinar, World Telecommunication Day. I congratulate IRST Chennai chapter for being one of the most active chapters pan-Indian railways, in the forefront in organizing such seminars in the past. In fact, told me that he is going to organize this seminar under the IRST. And a few days ago only, he is able to organize. He was CST SWR. That time also the IRST chapter of SWR was also very, very active. So when he has come here, so this case same kind is happening. I am really very happy for the same. We all know that the World Telecommunication celebrated on 17th May to mark the founding of ITU, and all of us have witnessed growth of telecommunication from present-day mobile phones. Even in mobile communication, we know to 2.5G, 3G, to now 4G. Now we are talking of 5G. India is also moving towards upgrading its mobile network infrastructure to 5G technology. Today's webinar is on the right direction when Indian Railways is also looking for the right solution for trackside communication, CES scenario. Certainly, this seminar will open new frontiers in adopting latest technologies. The topics chosen for this webinar are very, very relevant. There is a lecture on, there is a session on LTE and beyond, FRCMS and with LTE, network, segment routing with IPM, importance of digital ID in a contactless world, fiber monitoring system, e-office, and of course, RailMitra and VIP waste and control system. All are very, very relevant topics. In information communication technology, we are observing a lot of development of cell phone, laptops, and rocketed. Start awareness about government scheme to sale of varied products. There is a growing trend where the companies are computing artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and Internet of Things. All these advancements in IT field are helping the industry and society inclusiveness. However, shift to online working poses the problem of breach of cyber privacy and data security, where all companies must make successful implementation of e-office in Indian Railways is a very good example of effectively using. It has also taken steps in modernizing the communication systems. Railways has decided to migrate to entire based communication systems. It will help in improving the availability of communication network to nearly 100%. Wi-Fi has been provided in more than 5,500 stations pan-Indian Railways. Wi-Fi at the stations help in bridging the digital divide between the rural and urban areas of the country. It will go taking the country forward. In the present context, where booking of train tickets through window booking is not available, Wi-Fi station will help the commuters to book the tickets other internet service providers available in their locality. In railways, there are two burning problems. One is that of cable cuts, and the other is that of security at stations. I'm happy to see that today's webinar covers these two especially important topics also. I find that there is a presentation on fiber monitoring system, part of this seminar, which will be useful in monitoring the health of fiber and also help in quickly. It will also help us in maintaining the condition of fiber. For the security of stations, already we have a sanctioned work of VSS, video surveillance system, which is getting implemented in phases. Here again, there is a challenge of monitoring large number of cameras every zone. It requires intelligent video management software. It will help in generating alarms wherever known culprits. Today's presentation on similar subject. I hope that this seminar will go a long way in enhancing the technical knowledge of all the engineers and help futuristic technology for improving the overall productivity of Indian Railways. As we all know that we are going to have a mobile along the railway track, for which this will be based on LTE technology. I am very happy to tell you that the DOT had support megahertz spectrum hertz band for our communication network along the railway track. I has recommended that the railway should be allotted this 5 megahertz band, but DOT was holding on it for quite some time. Only last week has agreed that yes, 5 megahertz band for railways track shall be allocated railways, subject to the condition, of course, that pricing they have left it to the Ministry of Finance. Whether it will be given free of cost, we had requested DOT that, and TRAI has recommended that this spectrum should be given to the railways free of cost. It is for public safety, but not it to the Ministry of Finance, and we are pursuing with the Ministry of Finance. Spectrum should be given to us free of cost. Let us see how it goes about. In fact, we are very soon. We are awaiting the comments of Ministry of Finance, and as are received, we are going to move a note for the approval of the cabinet. Most likely, we shall be getting this spectrum free. It will be a game changer if we can get this 5 megahertz L10 radio. Let me tell you that during works program included a lot for the ETCS level 2 as well as for the LTE. The works kilometer for TCAS has been sanctioned during. It has been included in 2021 which of course includes over the same kilometer, that is 25,000 kilometers. Now we are really poised for modernization of signaling, and we know that the use of communication signaling is very much is increasing. In fact, we are talking of CBTC, that is communication based train control. So now the signaling is riding over the communication network. Block proving biaxial counter. That is a very safety device which cannot work without a proper telecom network. I just mentioned that when Mr. Bhaskar was there in Southwestern Railway, many BPSCs were found disconnected because cable not being maintained properly, rampant cuts, so they were being bypassed. But Mr. Bhaskar took this challenge and made sure that all BPSCs are made functional. They are connected by replacing the cable, by attending the cable, by OFC, transferring the on the OFC. So basically, the communication playing a very important role in operation of the trains. And RailTel, contribution of RailTel is really, they have implemented the e-office phase 1, and in a very short time phase has been taken up, and I'm told that it is going to be implemented by June. And Southern Railway has told Railway is now on I think very soon most of the zonal railways and division would be connected office. Left out covered during phase 3, like some workshops and some other organizations. Was one of the founder member of the years, and RailTel has come up so well. Current leadership of Mr. Puneet Chawla, RailTel is doing quite well, and their railways requirement. The Wi-Fi has been provided at more than 5,500 kilometers. VSS, which is a very prestigious RailTel. RailTel is also executing the work of a pilot project of ETCS level 2 in 4 sections. And as we know that when I joined the railway, there were hardly our telecommunication was mostly, control communication was mostly on equipment. Only in electrified area we were having the just started. Now we have got now almost on the entire busy network, 3,000 kilometer or some there OFC is not there, but for that also the OFC will be there on the entire Indian Railway. With these words, I like to close, and I like to say all the best, and this seminar is, and I am very at this webinar to participants.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now, sir has brought out the new words of new technology which is going on, and what are the developments happening in the Indian Railways for new telecom technologies that has brought out. Now, informed us that DOT has given the spectrum usage. That was a very great news, sir. Thank you so much. And now, sir has stressed upon various new works which are going on, like 5G and mobile train communication projects, rolling of e-office, etc. So thank you so much, sir. And it's under the able guidance of sir, projects are come up, and RailTel is taking up, and railways are there. And we ensure, sir, these will see new faces and new developments, sir, giving such a nice address for the gathering and for the day, sir. And sir has also stressed upon the today's topic, how relevant the topics are, will be useful for our Indian Railways. Now, almost we have come to inaugural session, but just before I come to end, I would just like to chat for the day. Like today we have on WebEx and as many participants on YouTube. I have Mr. David. He's from Ericsson, and he'll be giving the paper from Israel. So we'll see, sir, when we go ahead with our inaugural session. And now I request Mr. Sandeep Kumar, ex-GM RailTel, to please propose vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Pratibha. Good morning to the Honorable Chief Guest, respected member SNT, guest of honor, General Manager, Southern Railway, officials from Railway Board, all PHODs, CMD RailTel, senior officers, participants, and all the other viewers watching the live telecast. On behalf of IRST Chennai chapter, I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Shri Pradeep Kumar sir, member SNT, for delivering an enlightening keynote address. It covered all the aspects which are trending in the present scenario. We are all inspired by your great words, sir. Further, we are grateful to Shri John Thomas sir, GM Southern Railway, for demonstrating that he is always actively supporting any kind of advancement in his address. Last but not the least, I would like to express our sincere thanks to Shri R. Bhasi Southern Railway. In his presidential, he gave excellent coverage of communication aspects which are being challenged in Southern Railway and in railways in general. He is the main driving force behind. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. Over to Pratibha.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, once and all again, I thank you one and all for participating in the inaugural session, sir. Now we come to the end of the inaugural session, and the session is technical session, sir, which will be starting around of some 10 minutes. And 3 sessions, sir, divided into 9 technical papers. And session 1 will be advances in telecommunication. And now and at around 10:30 we will meet, and then I'll brief upon. Thank you so much, sirs, and please stay connected. And please join around 10:30 to have insight about all technicals and telecommunications, sir. Thank you one and all, sir.
So we will meet at 10:30?
Yes,
or
sir.
10:35?
10:30, sir.
Getting such a clear, crystal clear voice on this WebEx. I don't know, it is because of the World Telecommunication Day or whatever it is, but very crystal clear voice and very good, nice picture of each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
God's blessing, sir.
Pradeep, one very interesting anecdote I can tell you from my experience in 1988 when we commissioned optical fiber system first time on Indian Railways. So there the system was that in case the level increased on the channel used to clip and cut off the voice. So the senior DOs complained, sir, I cannot fire my controllers on control phone. I cannot fire my station masters on control phone because my voice cut jati hai. Then DRM told him, why do you shout? You talk in normal ways, you don't have to shout.
Right. So
that is the power of technology.
Really, it is very nice pictures, a nice picture and nice crystal clear voice. Great. Thank you. We will meet after some time. So I just John Thomas from my side also. We had little association with him when he was South Central Railway, and he has given so much of time to this seminar. Really nice of him.
Thank you very much, sir. It is all under your guidance, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well organized. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Good, good. I'll be here for the entire session. Your audio not coming. Audio not coming. Bhaskaran sir, your audio not.
Sir,
Make this invitation full screen so that blank houses are not seen.
please, sir, now is it visible, sir, that our
Yes, yes. All participants are visible. You make this full screen.
can you see this, sir? Now our invitation, sir, webinar invitation.
I am seeing only in the bottom portion. Friends or individual members are there. They are blank actually. Okay.
That will continue. That will continue.
That will continue. Now, in case it is possible to move it, okay. Otherwise, it is okay. It doesn't matter. Ajit, welcome, welcome. It is a good day.
Thank you, sir. Very well organized.
By the Chennai team. I am there at Cholarpet actually.
I see.
You need to, sir, you need to click on that invitation page.
Sorry, it is not about me. All other people, na. All.
You need to click the invitation page which is visible. So then it will come to the center.
Right. Okay. No. Actually, all other people, if you can ban them from seeing, okay. Otherwise, there is no issue. Thank you.
Now, a small reminder, sir, we'll be starting our technical session shortly. Is on advances in telecommunication. We have 3 speakers to get ready. Mr. Mayank and Mr. David, kindly get ready. Then the second paper will be by Mr. S.N. Bhatt and Mr. Atul Sharma. And the third paper will be by Mr. Jatinder Khurana. All the 3 to kindly get ready with the content. And the sequence will be so.
Ready, and whenever you advise us, we will share the screen. Thank you. There's a small change. As earlier we had proposed, session 1 will be chaired by our AIM Signal Sir, Mr. Rajiv Sharma sir, but due to some reason he's not in a line. So we'll be having retired Tuteja sir. He'll be chairing the session. This is a small correction in this. Remaining, it goes as per the program. So shall we start with the technical session, sir? Now, once and again, for our second session, that is the Telecom, all these speakers from industry, from railways, OEMs, request all our dignitaries from all the areas be the part of technical session. As I told, there will be 3 sessions, is on advances in telecommunication. And the topics are the LTE and beyond. And Mr. David. The paper is on GSMR evolution and deployment in Indian Railways, presented by Mr. S.N. Bhatt and Mr. Atul Sharma from Mrs. Nokia. Third paper is coherent networks, which will be presented by Shri Jatinder Khurana from Mrs. CNR. So this will be the sequence for our technical session 1. Now, as I said, and we are again very happy and tired PCST, Mr. Tuteja Sahab, present over here, and over here that sir has consented to chair. And as we know, I'll just give a small, Mr. Tuteja Sahab is retired. He belonged to 1978 IRSSE batch, and he retired as PCST Western Railway. So of approximately 37 years, and he held various key projects were being executed by sir.
And he executed various prestigious projects related to fiber communication, digital microwave, EIs, AWS, etc., and automatic signaling in Western Railway. Mr. Srinivas, kindly mute. Now, just I go ahead, and sir was our Tudeta sir was also working as special duty officer SND in Metro Rail project and implementing PIU, working as expert in this merger, consulting since February 2018. And apart from that, sir also held various fellowship in IRSC, IET, member IET, and Chartered Engineering UK. So we are very happy and privileged, sir, to be over here. So now I request our Tuteja sir to kindly take over the forum now, and please as a chairperson, sir. Sir, kindly, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me to chair this session, the occasion of World Telecommunication and Information Society Day. As we all know, the agenda of the World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, the theme, Connect 2030 ICTs for Sustainable Development Goals. This is a very important thing for the overall development of the society and overall advancement and increase in the GDP. It contributes by way of advancement of information society and telecommunication. We are all witnessing this even the impact of this today's working system, that working from home is thanks to the telecommunication and the internet. Poised for greater things in the greater advances in the telecommunication by way of Internet of Things, by way of remote monitoring, and in practically every field, and automation like unattended train operation in the metros, trains, autonomous vehicles, actually on the telecommunication. It gives me a great pleasure to be here with you, all of you here today. Occasion of World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, I extend my warmest greetings to all. So I would request speakers to stick to their timings, which is half an hour allotted. And from the organizers, I would just like to know whether we have kept any provision for time for question answer sessions. So we can keep last 5 minutes for the question answer sessions rather than interrupting in between. So today is Mr. Mayank and Mr. David. Briefly introduce Mr. Mayank Bhargav. He is a seasoned and a passionate business leader with more than 26 years experience in telecom and ICT services domain, specializing in B2B, B2G business development and generating new sales opportunities. Presently, he is working as a director and key account manager for emerging business unit with Ericsson India. Previously, he has held different roles, including account manager for large industry, sales, value creation for the client, and pension for challenging externally and internally in a constructive and innovative manner. He holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and communication engineering and diploma in marketing management, and has pursued leadership and executive programs in top-rated institutions across India and Europe. Second speaker in the current session is Mr. David Rothbaum, who will be presenting his session from Israel. He is the Director of Business Development and Mission Critical and Private LTE organization with Ericsson. He specializes in providing public safety and railway industries with connectivity solutions using 4G and 5G for critical operations. On the ETC-SI railway communication network communication has to define futuristic railway mobile communication systems. He holds a BA BSc degree in electrical engineering from the University of Toronto University. So I welcome you both on this forum for delivering this your session. You can start, please. Mr. Mayank, you can start.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tureja. Let me just share the content and then I will just start. Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Tureja, for giving us this opportunity. First of all, very my greetings on World Telecom Day to everyone who is participating in this webinar, who are listening to us on the YouTube. Thanks for inviting us, and greetings to Shri Pradeep Kumar ji, member SNT, Shri Anshul Gupta ji, PED, Shri John Thomas ji, GM SNR, Southern Railway, ST, and the respected colleagues from RDSO and other executives and my industry colleagues. For the next 25 to 30 minutes, we will take you a brief intro about how Ericsson has been participating and in India, especially with the emphasis of in India. Also, how the LT is able to provide the various use and which are benefit for railways. How the LT will migrate toward the 5G, the future the benefit 5G, with how the technology is evolving, especially for the railways. So to start with, of course, Lars Magnus Ericsson founded Ericsson more than 140 years ago in 1876 on the premises that access to the communication is a basic need. Since then, we have communicated to deliver, innovate technology for good. Reinvented ourselves through several business and technology shifts and participated actively in standardizing the mobile technology with ITSI and 3GPP. Ericsson is a world leader provider of telecommunication equipment and services across the globe. In more than 180 countries and have deployed across 1,000 networks. We are very proud that more than 40% of the world mobile traffic communication associated with the Indian telecom industry also for more than 100 years. If you see here on the first line, we were the first one when based exchange in Calcutta way back in 1903. Since then, we have stayed invested in various services and deployments. Who will start? We boast of and very proud 20,000 employees in India, which is in fact far bigger and a larger number than our parent country, which is 3,000 employees. So today, India is the biggest employer and employee strength across the globe for Ericsson. We set up our regional office in India and Nepal in 1992, and since then we have grown leaps and bounds across. Today we have 32 offices in 26 locations. Today we support all the major mobile network providers, whether it is RailTel, BSNL, MTNL, Vodafone, and of course not only them, but even we also started supporting Facebook and Google's. In 2010, Backend India Global Services Organizations, which provides operations, but also focuses on skill and the scale to develop the manpower with a vision of ICT, vision of telecom, IT, and R&D. Our Ericsson India Global Services offices are located in 5 locations, and of course, employees, more than almost 15,000 employees work in the Ericsson Global Organization. Also have our manufacturing plant. Of course, the first manufacturing plant was started in 1994 in India, and today we have the supply hub based out of Pune, demands in India, but across the globe. We also have a R&D center in Chennai on our billing software platform. So very recently opened our global artificial intelligence accelerator office and a setup more than 300 engineers in Bangalore. So we, as said, and we are proud that we have been in India for more than 100 years. If I go to the next slide, this is the located, and of course is supporting, as I said, for all the supplies of 4G to our customers here in India, be it RailTel, Vodafone, or Jio. Only the base station, even the microwave links, what we have supplied to Jio and supplied from our Pune factory. As I said, that what we manufacture, not only the 4G base station and the microwaves, but today we also have started manufacturing our 5G and our next generation base stations, and we have started exporting them to Southeast Asia. And in fact, the first 5G base station was exported to Telstra Australia, which has been deployed and commissioned. Speak about Ericsson, but of course over to David on LT and beyond.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayank, and it's a pleasure to be presenting to the entire railway industry audience in India. I wanted first, what are the needs? In the first, in the top left corner, we talk about mission critical push to talk. Today, Indian Railways operates GSMR with a push to talk system, critical for the drivers to talk to the railway section controller or to the station master. This is a critical feature, and it needs to include the railway emergency calls and all the railway functions within this mission critical push. Also looking in remote control shunting. Remote allows the railway to, in the freight yards, to have the shunting locomotive, and that way it's much more efficient and economical to have shunting locomotives. So train control and the fundamental train control being used in India, level 1, 2. And level 2 needs a very reliable train control system. So train control is one of the fundamental in the future railway today and tomorrow. Virtual coupling. So virtual coupling for trains to work closely together, synchronously. So I could send trains down the track even 1 kilometer or less with distances between them, and they work synchronously, accelerate synchronously. It allows you to maximize the track by allowing trains to safely move together synchronously down the track. Platform monitoring. This allows the driver to get a view of up and down the platform exactly, and allow the safe closing of the doors from his platform cab. So we send using LTE or 5G video image of all the platform cameras to his monitor, and he's able to safely know when it's safe to close the doors. Passenger surveillance. This is an important feature. There are many security incidents that occur and safety occur on the railway, and LTE and 5G allow a safe security control center to in real time using the cameras on board. So if there's an incident reported, zoom in onto the incident, direct the resources to control that incident. Wayside monitoring. Indian Railways has hundreds of thousands of assets along the railway. They could be track heaters, they could be switch turnout machines, track circuits, axle counters. All these need robust monitoring for health. Using 5G and 4G technology, we can put remote sensors into these assets, and from a centralized control center, monitor the health. And this saves to check these periodically, as we do today, and do this checking remotely. Train health monitoring. Modern trains have hundreds of thousands of sensors on board. We can aggregate and send in real time. Any issue of an onboard mechanism on board the train, it can be diagnostics and maintenance on both the systems. Next, thank you. So GSMR in the world is known as FRMCS. This is the Future Railway Mobile Communication System, and it's currently being specified and standardized both in UIC, which is the World Railway Body, and ETSI, Standards Institute, to get a standardized FRMCS standard out the board. Now, what is it? There are 3 major components to the FRMCS standard. 3GPP mission required for critical train communicating GSMR. So we spoke about the push-to-talk that GSMR has, ability to carry ETCS traffic. Those and more are being installed into the 3GPP mission-critical specification features, like location functional addressing, included in the 3GPP standard for railways to use. The other component is 5G architecture framework to handle communication system. So this means that the ambition of the railways, 5G system, that means even the onboard system, the IP network onboard the train has to fit within that 5G architecture. So ETSI is working hard to ensure end-to-end architecture that is able to serve all the services that I mentioned in the previous slide. Dedicated spectrum sits today, and 10 a new band TDD which is a band 39. So it'll be harmonized on these two bands. Now in Europe, specifically, these because the trains cross borders. There are 27 countries in Europe operating GSMR today, and the trains need to work seamlessly from one country to the other country. And trains sometimes cross 5 or 6 country boundaries if it's a freight train. So it's important that this harmonization, this is important for Europe. This is not important for other countries in the world, and FRMCS a specification called bearer flexibility. This means that any bearer supporting the use case can be used. So Indian Railways can ask, wait a minute, I'm using band 28 in 700. Yes, FRMCS out of Europe. So there is no problem to use any other band than these European bands to support This harmonization and safety certification is going to be standardized on the European frequencies. But that doesn't stop other countries outside of Europe are the drivers push-to-talk voice to dispatcher, including railway emergency call and ETCS. These are the first fundamental, most important features that will be rolled out. Next slide. So another initiative in the European Union is the passenger connectivity for high speed. So we have we want to encourage them to use the train, want them the ability to use the internet. A person wanting to on a long distance train that could be traveling 5 or 6 hours, we want to have the ability to work while he's on it. So he needs a reliable, high throughput solution. So the objective in Europe per passenger on the downlink. And the trains in Europe are planned to have passengers. That means the train requires 1 gigabit per second of connectivity. This is a big challenge. The plan is to utilize mobile network operator frequencies at 3.5 gigahertz. Now, there are 2 ways to reach the passenger. The traditional way is to use Wi-Fi. So they will have a 5G 3.5 gigahertz link to a 5G repeater access point on board the train. Way of reaching the passenger is direct through the window. Now today in modern trains, coating on the windows to prevent sun rays from heating up the interior of the train. The European plan is to replace these windows with special high frequency friendly windows that will be able to have the radio waves penetrate at 3 dB penetration loss. This allows the mobile network operators to directly connect to their customers. Next slide, please, Maya. Yes. Okay. Okay, so in order to achieve 1 gigabit per second, we need the cooperation and the bandwidth of the mobile network operators, and we need to have it cost-effective solution up and down the track. So the objective is to have a cost-effective 1 gigahertz per second train coverage for companies, and to build the towers and baseband hotels along the railway. And the European Union will subsidize for the civil works baseband hotels. After that's complete, they will invite the mobile network operators to install their broadband units and radio units, MORAN architecture, which allows sharing of wayside infrastructure network operators. So not each mobile network operator doesn't have to put all their they can share equipment that's in the baseband hotel. There's a few challenges here. The requirements on railway network, we'll discuss that in the next slide. The cost of 3.5 gigahertz deployment, network and coverage in tunnels. And Ericsson has a product called Ericsson Dot, which is used for indoor, to deploy this in tunnels as well, to provide a 3.5 gigahertz solution for railway tunnels as well. Next slide. So the European Union side of the schematic, we see the railways native core. So this is operated by the railways, their native 5G core, radio access using the 1900 and the 9 that I mentioned earlier. On the right side, we've got the mobile network operator, which also has coverage down the track. Now, the mobile network operator using this blue path we can see a path from the railway's core using the mobile network operator's infrastructure. So in addition to having the railway's 1900 and 900 coverage to be a backup. So if there is also rely on the network operator to provide a backup coverage for those services. Now, these require several technologies, beamforming, in order to reach the train using several multi-array antennas. The mobile network operator, if it's providing special critical functions to the railway, uses a dedicated part of the network and part of the radio that is dedicated for the railway's services. And we know those RF-friendly windows will allow the mobile network operators to reach their own. Next slide. So this is Ericsson's reference architecture. In the center, we've got the core, and in the bottom right-hand corner, the mission-critical push-to-talk server, which is part of that core. You can see mission-critical push-to-talk server. We've got section controllers. We've got station masters that need dispatcher services. So they will be directly connected to that mission-critical push-to-talk server. On the bottom right-hand corner, we've got the ES control, the radio block center, the train management system will have IP connection to the train. So if we move over to the left side of the screen, the radio antenna on board the roof of the train covers 4G and is upgradable to 5G, and the onboard LTE cab modem. This is a modem router or the ETCS connection for IP. Could you go? Okay, we can use this. Stay on that slide. Now, what's the section which we've got the LTE to 5G? When we supply them with both 4G and 5G capable software. We're able to move from 4G to 5G. And it's important to choose the on board the train, upgradable to the FRMCS gateway that's being planned to be rolled out in 2023. So these are important features. We need a migration plan only with software that's upgradable to the FRMCS solution. Next slide, Maya. So if we take all these components and put them into an Indian Railways locomotive, what does it look like? Locomotive have cabs on each end. And if we start on the left-hand cab, we've got the mission-critical push-to-talk. We've got the LTE modem router, which is connecting unit, the mission-critical push-to-talk unit. And in the future, we add aboard the train, we can add the sensors that health monitoring on board, IoT. Many different services can be aggregated using the same LTE modem router. The driver also has a USB handset and speaker, and he has a display, a touch display, in order to and make calls to the section controller or to the station master and receive. And on top, we've got a MIMO GPS antenna, so we can locate the train anytime, and it's MIMO, so it operates more efficiently using multiple input, multiple output in order to reach the base station antenna much more efficiently. On the left side, on the right side, we've got the same thing duplicated. So if there is a failure of one of the elements, communication elements on the left side of the screen, the cab on the right side will take over. And the modem router that's occupying the right side of the screen will take over if there's a failure on the left-hand LTE modem router. So we have no single point of failure. Point of failure will cause a communication disruption to the train. Next slide. Okay, so what we're going to do in this little movie here, we're going to show you what we're generation, and this involves millimeter wave. So we've been asked by railways in the United States, activity gigabits per second to the train for passenger connectivity. Millimeter wave. This means 28 gigahertz. But in 28 gigahertz, provide the train even 700 megahertz of bandwidth. Huge bandwidth to allow this particular throughput to be achieved. The question is, will it work in mobility? Typically, millimeter wave is used for fixed objects, fixed wireless mobility. So we started trying this with a car here. And this car is going to accelerate to 100 kilometers an hour. And what's unique here is that the 5G antenna is embedded in the glass, in the windshield, in the side windows, and in the back window of the car. They act as a 5G antenna. And this means that it doesn't need any roof antenna, and we have a wide area for the 5G to work in. So let's play the video, and you can see exactly what the performance is.
Mr. David, you're nearing your end of your time.
Okay, one more slide here. So we are asked by Verizon to find a millimeter wave solution for their train. So they have a high-speed train. It's called the Avelia Liberty train, running between Washington and Boston. They have 28 train sets of these brand new trains with 386 seats, 2 locomotives, 1 on each end. And the top speed is 299 kilometers per hour. And they asked Ericsson to provide a similar millimeter wave solution using GSMR today. And
Mr. David, Mr. David, I would request you to speed up your over your time.
Okay, so 1 minute,
2 minutes more.
30 seconds. Yep. So GSMR is using only 1.6 megahertz of spectrum used for freight corridors. But once you move into the passenger systems and you have high density routes like Thana Station or Howrah Junction with many, many trains operating at the same time on the same section of track, LTE provides 8 times better for the same. I think I've used up all my time, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tudela, for your time. We're open to any questions, if any are. Mr. Tudela, you are on mute.
What are the timelines for the FRMCS?
FRMCS is starting the trials in 2023, and rollout will start in 2024.
I would just like to ask one question that you told that in European certain bands have been harmonized, but in other countries, like in India, this thing LTE can be deployed in any band, whatever is being allocated by the. So that means third band is being allotted to Indian Railways in India, and 5 megahertz spectrum is being allotted to us. Will there be enough ecosystem, the network, to be deployed in 700 megahertz band in India?
Yeah, 700 hertz. So we will start, Indian Railways will start with ETCS and mission critical push to talk on a pre FRMCS standard solution. And once we move to 2023, 2024, trade the core and the onboard gateway to FRMCS using the 700 band. So the only difference between you and Europe would be the band, but all the services and the software will be identical.
My question was this, that whether, because we are having a separate band, whether the cost wise, the cost economics, whether the proper ecosystem will be available in 700 megahertz band, or it will become very costly.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Understood. So 700 has even a larger ecosystem than 1900 and 900. We're blessed with band that is used by mobile network operators throughout the world. In fact, in Australia, almost all the handsets are 28. So the number of handsets that you will have is much larger than what European railways can have. And that modem router that I was talking about on the train, that needs a specific board inside, the modem board. And these in 700 are available today. To 5G will be much sooner as well. So 700 is the to use for the largest, it's optimal for the largest ecosystem.
And also, Pradeep sir, if I may add, that part is all the E-Node Bs, the base station which are going to be supplied for band 28. These are going to be the same standard E-Node Bs which are being supplied across the globe to the mobile operators. So yes, railways will have the benefit of the global ecosystem and also economy of scale, the network, but also for the devices.
Okay, thank you so much.
Murli Krishna here, sir. CWM Pudanur. Can I have
Question.
Hello. Sir, as MST sir has said that we are only getting a bandwidth of 5 megahertz, but as per your CMS, you need a bandwidth of 1 Gbps connectivity per train. How are you going to handle this? Because 5 megahertz bandwidth is very small. We will not be able to have whatever 5G features which you are planning will not come in this Indian Railway scenario.
Now, so even European railways will be constrained as well, because don't forget they are using TDD 10 megahertz 1900. The 900 band is going to be occupied by GSMR for the next 10 years, so they won't be have that much bandwidth available anyway. So if we concentrate on 1900 TDD and you have 900 FDD, which has a dedicated downlink, you have approximately the same kind of throughput that the 1900 has. So it's true, we'll need to use other bands. And I mentioned earlier that I do that bandwidth that you need for things like video from their frequency. So the critical services that you have, ETCS to talk, will be handled on your native band, and you will get a network slice from a mobile network operator for the services that required high throughput video.
Alternatively, sir, even if today we are starting with 5 megahertz in band 28, bandwidth requirement grows up. Yes, if the DOT is able to allocate, say, band 2600 or 2500 or 2300 to you, then always the existing network which are being supplied by Ericsson aggregation to allow you to have a much bandwidth and to in future to deploy the requirements of the high bandwidth requirements. Done, but to start with, yes, as David said, the ETCS signaling and the mission critical push to voice to talk are the key drivers to start deploying the on day one.
May I ask one question?
Yes, Anshul sir, please.
Recently, FRM's 5G. So, like in our 10, it's release 14. So how you are going to cope up with this thing? Are you making these equipments in India?
On the FRMCS release
So
16.
the first release that will have the ability to some features, specifically the location-based services and functional addressing, but the bulk and by far the majority of FRMCS functions will be released only in release 17. DT, up core, we can see that is release 17. Okay, now what we plan to do, you're starting at release 14 upgrade path. 14, 15 core is software upgradable. So you will able to use the same hardware in the core to 14 up to 16. There's not a problem there. And also the onboard modem, upgradable architecture as well.
And absolutely, Anshul sir, offering what Ericsson has offered in the current RailTel tender, be it core, the radio, the onboard cam modem, all are software upgradable to support release 16 in near future, absolutely from day one, with the current existing hardware. Those will be manufactured in our Pune facility at the moment because this band has not been allocated to any of the mobile operators. We are not started the manufacturing plant, but yes, there is plans to provide the band 28 radios even in the current RailTel tender from our Pune facility. So much so that even there are global operators who are lab in Bangalore. We are supplying to them from our Pune facility.
I think we can end this just now, and now we'll start with the second speaker of the session. So Atul Sharma, come forward for the presentation and the brief. Mr. Atul Sharma, he is the head of the customer delivery Nokia Enterprises. It's a customer delivery for enterprise segment of Nokia Solutions and Networks in India. He has around 32 years of professional experience. He has in power and telecom products both for government and private sectors, handle technologies like CDMA, GSM, WCDMA, 4G network for. And prior to this, Atul has worked involving Tatra and WiMAX in India and abroad. RDSO for special 24 manufacturing to carry C-class ODC on Indian Railway network. Delivered 4 numbers Toshiba 300 ton one single consignment TG set from Kolkata port to Anpara. So, Atul, over to you. And then there's Mr. S.N. Bhatt network session. S.N. Bhatt heads the sales and transport engineering Nokia and Solutions and Networks in India. He's around 32 years. He has worked in the leading sales, providing support, GSMR, customer segments, customer engagement for government business, transport segment in various capacities, including in Siemens, working with customers and partners. Especially engaged with front-ending of various levels with Indian Railways, metros, RailTel, partner company. Feels confident that with the comments and railway LTE, digitization, 5G, Industry 4.0 revolution will gain momentum and help boost economy and operation of railway network in India. Of NIT, REC, to you, Mr. Bhatt and Atul, for starting the session.
Yeah, thank you today, sir. Can you able to hear?
Yes.
And able to see my slide?
Yes, I am able to see.
Yeah, thank you very much, the distinguished PM and the Southern Railway and the Railway Board. We have interacted earlier in NFR and also in the Bhatt. I am heading the sales in India for the Nokia and the transport segment under the enterprise segment. Along with me, customer delivery team. So we too will be presenting a short presentation on the mobile train radio communication with the GSMR, its evolution and the deployments in Indian Railways. So we are present in Indian Railways. I will just have a small brief on the Nokia Railway. So is in the more than 100 countries. So we are in all the countries. So we are in all the countries of world, more than 100 countries where we are located in countries different. In name is with the in the Indian continent and also the worldwide. We are headquartered in Gurgaon. So we are basically headquartered here. So headquartered in in Mumbai. So we have the R&D center in Bangalore. So the knock operation centers, one in Chennai, one in Noida. So we are doing a lot of managed services for the public operators, Reliance. So all these operators are our customers. So we have more than 25 Nokia. We have highly service supported configurations. We have complete end-to-end solutions for these services, which are based. Have a strong workforce of more than 6,000 people in R&D, which is a global Nokia telecom products. So we have already deployed more than 490 millions of the subscribers and in the Indian operators. Own manufacturing facilities in Chennai. So we are also with the Make in India. So we are 4 million productions of the radio equipments from our Chennai factory, which is also a hub for manufacturing and countries in the as well. So as I mentioned, so we are engaged with all the mobile operators in the mobile segment, core access, and also we are doing the managed services. We have in 2013. So the 2013. So afterwards we have Alcatel-Lucent. All the Alcatel-Lucent is now Nokia. So less products, microwave. So we are all owning this product. So we are supplied. We are already present in Indian Railways from last. We are already deployed many GSMR networks within Indian Railways, and we are #1 GSMR suppliers for the Indian Railways. So a little bit about the GSMR. So as in the previous presentation, as mentioned, while the data and this thing is coming up, so the 4G and 5G will take time. So GSMR will not die overnight. So the GSMR will be continue for some. So we have already engaged with Indian Railways on the deployment of the GSMR. That is what we want to highlight, and we want to hear our already the presence in India. Come into picture or how it has been. Railways had multiple communication systems of the 90s and 2000. All the track divisions, paging, tunnel, and there are different type of the communication systems within Indian Railways. To communicate together, so there need to be a one integrated standard solution was required. So to integrate all these communication systems, there was a one standard solution was developed based on the European standard, which is all the GSM standard, which is called GSM. So this GSM Railways is based upon the ETSI and also the IRIN specification. IRIN is a European integrated rail enhanced network. It was developed based on the ETSI and GSM standard, where are few specific functionalities has been developed on the GSM, which is a universal standard of the GSM. On top, the railway functionalities have been developed. That is why it's called GSMR. More know about this railway specific functionalities during the presentation of Atul at the later stage. As you are aware, it is the architecture of the GSM is similar or exactly same as the GSM. PTSs are all along the track, and which is connected to a centralized BSC controller to ECHO and IN, and this is how the GSM-R network is deployed in the Indian Railway network. So this has the other external peripherals or the terminals like cab radios, which are mounted on the cabs. There are the handheld devices like the specific, which are specific to the railway functionalities, which has addition over and above the railway functionality, safety critical. So this is a typical network where it's an MSC, there is a TRAV and BSC, and the radio network, the peripherals which are connected to this the core network. Nokia supports all these end-to-end components of the very small radio, which is the flexi platform of the platform of very small compact factor, which can be mounted on the wall, which can be mounted on the tower, which can be mounted outside. The very capable intelligent network and a management system to control or to manage the complete this core and the radio network. It's both our core. As I mentioned, so as I acquired from the Alcatel, so we have the end-to-end solution, IP solutions, and most of the telecom operators in India PLS solution. As I mentioned, so GSMR is coming from 2000. So the two words. So the initiative was started with the 2G, where there is a voice and the ETCS switch, which was 2000, and then it has been further modernized. The ETCS over the circuit switch, and now also the ETCS has which is 2.5G. But with the increase in the demand of the data, so the UIC in the European Union has already decided that GSMR will be, but demand on the data and migration towards the data. So slowly, the network will be moved towards the 3G, 4G and 5G. So the train control E2 and level 3 will go into the 4G segment. Of now, GSMR is being already also is further contracted. The new projects are coming. Hope the GSMR will continue. But in Indian Railways, because we have this installed base of around 3,000, have decided directly go into the 4G or the LTE. So, but however, this ETCS level 2 is the latest on Europe, but it instead of T will media or as a pipe. For all this, the data and the requirement, the spectrum is the main challenge. As of now, Indian Railway has the GSMR spectrum at 1.6 megahertz, which is of the 8 slots of the 200 kilohertz in the 900 band. So in Europe, they have a dedicated GSMR band. We have got the same GSM band for the railways, which is of one. We have a challenge of the challenges in the existing networks. 700 megahertz, as Mr. Pradeep Kumar Saab has already mentioned. So we will get some bands, so megahertz band to implement the LTE and going forward from the migration from the new technologies. So as I mentioned, the GSMR will also continue for some path from the GSMR towards LTE. We can slowly migrate from the GSMR towards LTE as well. So GSMR has some specific the components which are the core networks. So these are the functionalities which are similar to the LTE as well. So these networks can be migrated towards LTE by slowly migrating from the GSMR to LTE as well. So we have the similar platforms which are already used in the GSMR, the latest platforms of the GSMR. So the same platforms or the hardwares can be used in addition to this 2G BTS. So in the LTE, it is called Node B. So Node B and BTS can be combined in the same place. Instead of BSC, it can come to directly into the packet core or the and to the further applications on based on the 3GPP. So these are this is a sort of an evolution from the GSMR towards the LTE as well. So as I mentioned, the GSMR has the IRIN specification. It has the functionalities which are already defined under the functionalities. These all railway specific functionalities which are being ported onto the LTE. So on the LTE, so even though now the FRMCS is not being standardized, but these functionalities can be ported onto the LTE based on the 3GPP standards. So there is a clear path from the GSMR towards LTE migration. So coming back to the deployed more than 3,400 kilometers of GSMR in Indian Railway network. This is where I'm showing is a different zonal railways. So no more than 8 contracts with Indian Railways. So Nokia has implemented both as a direct contractors. So we have interacted or implemented our scope or as a turnkey projects with Indian Railways in India from 2005-6 onwards. So Nokia has already having experience of the railway experience. This very side where already the 4G, 5G is implemented. So Nokia is a strong presence and also having a complete knowledge of the railways requirement and also on the other public operator side. So we are already present in India, more than one committed to India, manufacturing in India, and we are partners to Indian Railways. So these are some of the projects which we have already done in Indian Railways, like the different zones. These are all, I will not run through this one. As Indian Railways has implemented more than 3,200 kilometers of GSMR in their operation, and this is being supported by Nokia. Even during the time of this COVID, the GSMR was the only network which was working and was supporting for this running of the goods trains. So this is the Indian Railways. In addition to this one, there are some few DFCC projects are also coming up, so wherein also we are engaged. As I mentioned, has been already implemented more than 73,000 kilometers. So there are few projects which are already with the ETCS level 2 with the GPRS and also without GPRS. And there are multiple projects which are already ongoing all over the world. Also there without ETCS, in GSMR and on the railway segment from last many years. I will hand over to Atul to run through the Indian Railway projects and context of Indian Railway project, wherein we have recently also implemented one big project from Sarai, which was stuck time. Now it is operational. So over to Atul.
Thanks, Bhatt, and thanks everyone on the panel. Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Mr. Tuteja, Railway Fraternity scenario and Indian Railways, where we are using GSMR. for the voice-centric much of it. Okay, next slide. Next slide. But can you hear me? Next slide, please.
Yes. I've already moved.
I don't see that. I don't see that.
The slide has not changed. It's the same slide.
Stuck, I think. Hello?
Yeah, I can't see.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, but sir, I can't see. Anyway, let me try to take this presentation to myself and take that ball from you.
Yes.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Please go to the slideshow mode. I think you are in the PPT mode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it okay?
It's better now.
Yeah. I'll move to the next slide. It's not moving. Yeah. At the preface, I like to cover that overall, basically everybody has already spoken about it. What is GSM and what is IRIN specification and how the GSM are on safety, efficiencies and productivity of it. We have suitable railway operation and interop. These have been there across different countries and trains are moving from one country to the other, which in the presentation with all the existing networks, one of the system communication, and then also in future there is a bearer used. So I'm not going to cover much on this. I'm going to talk more about of the GSM presently in use with Indian Railways. Actually, we have just a section which is from Ghaziabad to Mughalsarai in a very short span of time, which is a KFW project where the maximum of on GSM loco pilots are conversing with the station masters and other people. So I'll just cover the basic features in GSM, the GSM phones, where you have close users group, call waiting, feature with the IRIN specification, which is functional. Then you have a voice broadcast services calls, services which is being carried between the group, voice group calls, and functional addressing, which is mentioned also by the David, which is also, and location dependent addressing, which is based on the short code dialing of the drivers to the controllers and the dispatchers. And the other most important is multi-level precedent and pretensions, where you can have a prioritization of controllers. In case all the generate, then he can push himself into the call against driver in case of an emergency or scenario which may arrive during the operations. So I'll cover quickly all of these presently running across the GSM railway in India. So we have a situation where an emergency call, how it operates. This is just a simple view. It's a number which is already added into the SIM, where you just push the phone which is used here is an emergency number, where you just push it, you dial this number to already embedded in the SIM and find area which is for 3 stations or 4 stations talking to each other on which has occurred. So this is something, and it is automatic, gets the priority as the highest priority. That is one. Then this is a phone handset which is presently being used. I'll show you the install base of these devices in the Indian Railways. Then we have another emergency call tracking in the group area, which I just explained. There are 2 controllers. There is an emergency happened on the track, and how that emergency created and can be heard by both the controllers and the vicinity station masters of the track, which is being defined as a group in the system, in our iron system. So this is something very important for the communication and which is presently being used. Similarly, we have a broadcast call where the controller can broadcast to the train moving in the master any message he wants to do it in the group area broadcasting, what we call is. So this is another feature. Then you have a voice group call between has to be just as a PTT, what is mission critical. He's just push to talk to the rest of the people, and the priority goes based on the priority defined for, like, it will have the highest priority for the controller who is going to push and convey the messages, and it is two-way controller and the people involved in the area group call. The third is this is impatience. We have something called functional addressing, where a driver is every train and every locations or the junctions. When a new driver comes in, he has to register his mobile feature. We can do it without menu driven, also using USSD codes. So this function is important in the terms that controller who don't know which is the driver on which train. He just uses a train number to get in touch with him by dialing the train ID from the controller dispatcher number. So it's no need to remember the mobile. It's been directly on that too. We have a functional IDs also for the. You have to use the Locopilot 2. Then you can use the function 2 and talk to him, or to the guard using 80. So these are very IRENE defined in the system, and that's also been defined in present. So this is how it works. The basic registration just been shown, and the new driver with a new phone goes there and he registered again with the same train number. So there cannot be at a given moment of time the two train numbers on the same two different people. It has to be one person will deregistered if he's deregistered that particular driver and on the call on the train. So this is how it functions with the help of IAN. This is a short code system, which is when we use, if in case you don't run the menu, you can use to fix the train number for train. So this is how it works. You get the train ID and it shows driver 1. He'll always be having a clear visibility of what train ID. That's how they can connect to each other. So this is the usage he has. He doesn't know the communicate the emergency to the controller. He doesn't know it's just use one shortcode dialing, which is important here. Driver not aware of which controller in which area. Driver is number of each controllers on the route. Driver dials a shortcode called 1200 and connect to the controller in whichever area it is. If he dials 1200, he gets into that controller where this train is. This is called shortcode dial. Also, there is which we have here, but what have a problem in a train within the section somewhere, and you have to talk to the next station master or the real station master. There is a shortcode available in the sector which has been addressing that.
You have 2 minutes to complete.
Completing, sir. Yeah. So I'll just quickly go through. This is the overall this functionality. Then next is, of course, this is the dispatcher tool or the device. Where we have different railway section: Northern Railway 1, 2, ECR, NFR, NCR, and KFW, which is presently been rolled out in December, has a base of OPH and these handsets. And we have this, and Calcutta Metro, of course. Calcutta MSC looks like, and the connectivity. We have 2 IANs. We have VRS, voice recording system of data of all the voices which is going on in the present system, and that's when we are 3 MS, which is in Agra. The NR is in Calcutta, and we have another separate network with MSC. And this is how the traffic grown after this launch of in the network. COVID-19, the calls have got down because the trains, passenger trains are stopped. Forward that this moving forward, we to maintain these networks, the global standard is to utilize this network to the efficiency and safety and productivity of the railway in India going forward. And thank you. That's all I have.
Excellent advice. So, Mr. Bhatt, I have a question to you. When GSMR was in the offering, it was said that using the commercial technologies, the cost would be much lower. But on the contrary, what was observed was that the cost of the OPH specifically was very, very high. It was costing about 30,000. And we found in NF Railway, drivers were reluctant to carry because if it got damaged or lost, they were liable to pay for that cost. So why the costs of handsets are so high? And today, for the costs, so you have to just, can you enlighten on that? Why the costs of OPH and the other handsets are so high? GPH, OPH, where GPH was just a normal handset.
As for the limited vendors for this railway specific functionalities of OPH and GPH, so they are manufacturing for very, very low quantities, So that is the Nokia own product. So it is from the third party. So they are having the business from the different countries, but the India they are claiming that there is a quantity which is very small. So because of this one, the production and the other production lines has to be stopped, and the development cost, other things has to be incorporated in this. That is why the costs were aware. The same SIMs can be used in the normal handsets of the GSM as well. So that is what I think the railway is already doing. So the maintenance stuff, the same normal GSM handset can be given with the railway SIMs.
I had done when I was in NF Railway. I had put a GSM SIM in my normal phone.
Exactly, sir.
The point is the GPH. Why the GPH cost should be so high? GPH has only just one emergency calling button. That's all. It should have been so costly.
So these are because of its limited vendors who are IRIN compliant. From there, the costs are high, sir.
We can take up some more questions for.
This interoperability, so what is your call on this thing? How does it interoperate?
Sir, also the voice and the voice over LTE is being supported. So there is a specific functionalities or the boxes are required to install under the LTE. So with the IMS, it can be interoperable or it can be connected to the other network, other voice network. So currently with the RailTel tender, this IMS has not been requested. So the voice over LTE can be implemented as in the other GSM networks.
So this is independent of the version. Only the latest version of GSMR can do it.
No. It can be. It is open standard. So it is normal voice connectivity between the MSC to the PC.
Okay. And what about data?
Data, but in the current network is no packet core which is implemented.
Can I put a question, please? Do we have any more questions?
Yeah, I got one question, please. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Of this system getting hacked.
Can you please repeat, sir?
What are the chances that the GSM are getting hacked?
Sharma ji, you want to take? Atul Sharma?
Yeah. See, this is already having this as what we use in GSM, encrypted file, and there is a security and safety as a system what we use it. So this is nothing as specific to the railways standard what GSM fills or the subscriber.
Normal GSM very often get the.
Sorry,
normal GSM. Sometimes we get the cross stack. Somebody talking, some other call landing onto the call and then get disturbed. Is there a chance like that here also?
No, this is completely a private network. I don't think there is any this can happen, not on the entire interface. There's hardly any interference also in this particular band. So,
okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm Rajiv Sharma. I just wanted to ask one small question. This is one of the networks, GSMR networks, which has now come up. We were excited that finally the right from the Ghaziabad to Mughalsarai is operational. In fact, we are also now ready to support DFC network also from here. And some of our MSC INs are now down. So what we are planning is that we will be able to support the MSC IN of NF Railway also from Calcutta. And presently we are getting about 500 calls per day in the month of March. And I have also observed the voice quality is quite good in that. So we'll be ensuring that there are no dark zones in the entire section. And we have one or two MSCs, INs to support the end of the country. So I would request Nokia to kindly confirm that the MSC IN at Calcutta would also be able to support the vicinity town.
yes, sir. Sir, we have already committed to do that and to have that connectivity done. There are some prerequisites required.
Okay. Thank you so much. Right.
Okay, so we can move to the last speaker of the session.
Thank you for the railway team and the board team and everybody, Tejas Hub, for giving us this opportunity and presenting our solution and support for Indian Railways.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like
Thank
to
you and
introduce
good day.
last now, Director of Sales, Sienna. He happens to be our ex-railway colleague. He started his career in Indian Railways as IRSSE and left Indian Railways in 2004. While he left at that time, he was working in the management system project on the Mumbai division of Western Railway. Followed by Nortel Networks, Cisco, and has led lead functions in engineering and sales. Jatinder is part of Sienna since 2010 and has since held various sales positions and leadership positions, currently responsible for managing and developing company's business for Reliance Group, handling sales, business development, and new technology initiatives. In his leadership, Sienna has grown his group as optical, and submarine domains. Over to you, Jatinder.
Thanks to be extremely excited to be part of the railway family, after again connecting with the railways. First of all, greetings to SNT and all the senior officials and all the railway employees on the YouTube and the WebEx screen. So today I'll be presenting a session on the evolution of coherent optics. I'm part of Sienna. Sienna is the leader in transport. We are in to all the leading tier 1 operators, Bharti and Tata. So I will just provide what for the Telecom networks in the next. So the way the world is using the data, it is changing. Everything today and on their fingertips, and they want it now. Whether they're on laptops, so that is models. Today in today's world, is past. So and video is becoming the next big thing. Whatever the demand, even you must have seen that a lot of more than 7 billion all are getting the data. Screens and the size of the screens, which is also demanding. Now 4K, 8K televisions are on more data. Now in the COVID times, you must have seen everybody has at home, Netflix, Zoom, Xbox video gaming is their data. Today's 70% of data is consumed because of now platform can be anything, whether residential, broadband or mobile, but video is the main user application. Second application is Internet of Things. Small devices, they are connecting on the network and sending data. For example, RFID on the wagons that can be sending real time. Even the earlier gentleman was talking that points can be connected to the writing data on real time. Now this. Then finally, cloud. Everything is moving on the cloud. Everything is moving to clouds, and all companies are also spending millions on this. Even games are coming from clouds. So this is consuming more city, more subscribers are coming. They are utilizing that. For example, in India, when Jio, since then the data requirement has grown 20, and it is not still even 5G. 5G is there. More and more data will. So it is putting enormous stress on our networks, especially this massive are to be designed. Just to give you all the apps to the world, whether it's YouTube, Netflix, anything, even to look at the all younger generation wants on that to say from Sony they want to download, or the apps on our phones or our tabs. So user wants on their mobile cloud using enormous data center, bigger or phase on. Over the top providers who have enormous data centers and they are connecting to our mobile data. If you see, these OTT players are driving the data centers locally and globally. Locally, when I say within India, globally across the and the connect. If you see industrial, more and more oil was coming, more vehicles, everything you need data. In today's world of COVID, what is driving the country and globe? That is data. People are consuming data like crazy, sitting at home. They are still this a couple of years back, not being unconnected to each other. Session where we are seeing each other live, that becomes the data is being used. Just this is one snapshot of a bigger sites and small hundreds of towns are connected via these links. And we see in India, we have got 110 crore mobile subscribers. Subscribers are on smart, but all consuming data. And then there are multiple data centers. This I am trying to show what is the enormous requirement of, but we are staying in a hyper connect. The data center, it is global, the global network. Short of that is the world. Whenever you click, data doesn't stay in India. It is served by the local data center. It is replicated to another mirror site that may be present in Singapore, US. How does that flow? So all these 4 big operators like Amazon, Facebook, they have built more. From where these all cloud services are being. I'm just showing you a snapshot of the world's submarine, 99 submarine cables. There's no requirement of data cannot be served. So just to show you another gigantic size of that requirement, here we stand today. The report by Global Telegeography to global bandwidth, how it is going terabytes of the global connect time. Because of this Facebook, Amazon, all this content player, 4,500 terabytes. Times in next, are our networks ready? I'll take a pause just to see that, and are we going to be ready for tomorrow when this data. So main is that how do we address our massive growth and important and always available. Our younger generations, they want the data to be disconnect. Video shall be available. So I'll move on. How do we address these challenges? So what operators need to have the massive scale, they need to create multi-terabit networks. For that, coherent technology, where it is providing enormous handle all this data. And the cost reduction, along with, it has to be network capacity along with the to work on long haul, metro, submarine, all kind of requirement of our. Secondly, it shall not be only scale, it shall be the intelligence, it shall be software automated. As more and more data comes, human angle shall be possible, it shall be done automatically. So the coherent modems, what is coherent modems? Before I explain what is the answer and how does it being, I'll just go in theory what is coherent modem and going to the DWDM tech, how we can carry the enormous requirement. Because DWDM technology is all the data in today's world. Yes. Now coming to the, if we go back in increased carrying capacity, earlier it was T need to move towards DWDM. In a DWDM, we potential multiple waves, multi-length carrying. So each wave is virtually a virtual fiber. So we have to carry on. Capacity is number of waves on one fiber into per wave. We have to increase per wave capacity only. That is the only. How do we do that? Technology. I'll just take a minute to evolve. However, in the 90s, STM1 had come, which was 150. In today's world, even a Wi-Fi router gives you more than 100 data. One was in 90s, it was coherent era. And world's first 40G in 2008 was the predecessor. I acquired Nortel in 2010. Then 100G again by Sienna. 200G, 400G, 800G tunable. That is again, this is the new science. Capacity has been increased by 20 times per wave. So just to take a pause, what is coherent optical technology? If we know the DWDM technology, some of you may be aware, we have a transmitter and mux and goings, where all these transmitters are made of it. It was just like a dumb Morse code. Torch is there or not there. So light there. So when you want to increase the capacity or make the torch run at higher speed, so that was all that, where you use phase modulation. That is nothing but like you, which has amplitude frequency, amplitude modulation. And on the receiver side, you have got a local oscillator, which is coherent to the transmit single wave, single frequency. You come to a coherent receiver. The receiver is about the rest of the noise. It is focused on to extract the phase information. And once we have been able to put log issues on the fiber into DS, sits on the transmit using advanced mathematics, the electronics at the end, how to resolve any issues or impairments with bit rate consumption. Now, just by adding everything into DS, PMDs are gone, amplifiers, electronics there, and increase the bit rate. This is of a phase modulation, just giving example, phase shift keying, where you're splitting a symbol. Each symbol can carry more. You can transmit it worth of. The building coherent, one is the flexible transmission modes, then DSP, engine of the whole. As I was talking, everything. And lastly, forward error correct. Any errors, we can pre-correct it. Defect is there. So we will look at how we increase the speed. Just going to basics that there are 4 dimensions per second or bits per symbol. Symbols per se, analogy with train. You are adding more and you are running coaches at the higher speed. That a train can move at a speed for passengers on the same track. Second is bits per symbol on the same train. So effectively you are able to carry more data. That is visible. And the polarization, how passengers are. But so both polarizations are there and number of carriers. Help us the bits per symbol. Or take a minute to have analogy to our transport. Since as a railway or transport segment, so I provide the same analogy. Consider whether there are multiple waves and each wave is subspacing. Similarly, if you take trucks, they are driving on a highway, considered as highway, and each truck is on a particular lane. Waves, so similarly consider a highway of 88. This load is nothing but bits. Analogy is clear, I will go further. How do we increase that and effectively the number of bits per symbol? That means we keep on adding data more and more or pallets on top of it. You make it double-decker, triple-decker. More pallets you keep on adding vertically. But that, or you increase the effect load. This load is nothing but data. But there are both of issues. Symbols, effectively what we are doing is adding more. On the right-hand side, if you add more load on the same truck vertically, what you need is more stronger suspension, or you need more stronger engine to, otherwise you cannot go for more stable also. There is a limit to that also on the same. Second way to increase the load carrying capacity is horizontally, increasing the channel sizing of the DWDM. So that is a horizontal requirement, but that increases the lane width for a truck. Effectively, you. So what Sienna has done, extreme left worth of data on his normal width of. Next generation, Sienna is increasing the spectral width and 400G per wave. Latest generation, that is WaveLogic 5 of modem. Just like you see 5G, 4G and 5G in the mobile world, this is the 5th generation of our DSP. The spectral width on the truck with a higher, more suspension system to carry more data. The left with the very less width.
Sundar, you have limited time.
An advanced modulation. What is WaveLogic 5X? So I'll skip this, all those things, which is the DSP and where differentiates itself. High-speed analog data have commons which are commercially available. 80% of technology, which is the main heart, that is done by Sienna. This is one labs optical in small chipset. So what we are using the dimensions. First, we have increased the carrier data rate from 400G to 4G. Use selectable capacity increased performance using advanced FX, and finally, meter FinFET technology. It has 8 ports. It is equivalent to 250,000. Imagine on an Intel i7 core, you have got 7 on a laptop. This is the processing power it is using. So I'll skip this technology. Now this 5 addresses the requirement of scale, that how we carry multi-terabits on the resilient. So that is come Siena's layer 1 control plane. Just consider example of Bangalore to Mumbai. In India, fiber cuts are very 25 to 30 happen in networks. How do we address against data? Just consider a Bangalore to one is available, green link is there, service is available. First fiber cut happens, we switch to the other path in blue. That is in sub 50 milliseconds. Second fiber cut happens, turn to different color and then finally green. It will automatically find the, consider a train route, you divert route, sub 50 milliseconds. That is the beauty on Indian network. Then comes liquid restoration, that is and that just to provide that service available all the time, every time. Any fiber cut is there automatically determined by them. They see and then generate report and reroute the traffic as and when fiber cut happens. It is monitoring the fiber. Now WaveLogic 5 Extreme, which we are talking, this of resiliency, it can work in all the applications. It can provide 800G per wave for smaller distances. On one fiber where we were able to get 36 terabits per second. On long distance, 600G per wave, or effectively fiber goes to 18 to 20, and trans-Pacific even 18 terabits there. So is it theory? Is it available for generation deployed and providing the real data? This is an example of one Indian NLD network, and left is the NLD network connecting 60 Indian cities. As I was talking, 25 to 30 fiber cut happens to the alternate paths. And this network is, just see what 10 exabyte is equal to 1000 crore G data in a quarter. That is the enormous when you see 10,000 crore GB of data. That is the, and this is all functioning without the users coming to know there are any fiber cuts. Like operator in Australia, which connects from Australia to US west, 8,000 kilometers long, and all running on the sea fiber seabed. So we have been able to run on parts 8, parts 500G. This is all available for themselves to successfully run. Nobody, not our competition, is able to match it. They are not even close. 600G. So this WaveLogic 5 provides example Southern Cross, Verizon. This is number 1 operator that is carrying Logic 5. Comcast.
You need to click.
Last slide. This is a global submarine base just to show the strength of Siena's transport network. We are working of 3,000, 5,000 and trans-Pacific 11,000 route kilometers fiber. This is a differentiate Siena from others. Anybody can sprint for 100 meters, but can anybody run marathon? This is the differentiator where Siena technology does 100G on trans-Pacific. It comes closer to the reality in life. There. First, that bandwidth growth will continue as our consumption models are changing. When 5G comes, this is load because more and more consumers will consume more data. And apart from that, the networks have to be a programmable infrastructure and this next generation coherent optics. So thanks.
Okay, thanks. So then now we can take some question answers.
Sure.
Let me ask one question, sir. It's great to see our chairperson, sir, who was the pioneer of optical fiber in the Indian Railways, and both under myself and today, sir, in TMS. And what TMS is today is largely due to Khurana's efforts. And as you mentioned, that submarine cables, we are not possible to lay again and again. Same thing has happened to Indian Railways also. Our 24 fiber cables are now falling short of that. So technology can be used to increase the bandwidth, as you mentioned, also for our railway optical fiber cables. So I'd also request that some solution in railways also. So how best we can utilize and increase our capacity on our existing fiber network itself.
Sir, this current technology can work on the old fibers also. Rate may rip and replace optical fibers, which are there for maybe late 20 fibers also, without change of amplifiers. So it is just need to be changed. The same electronics can be lent to the. Can certainly work on that.
One question.
One question, sir. Sir, if you have to integrate this coherent networks on our Indian railways, we have a lot of joints in the cable. Like in a kilometer, we'll have at least 3-4 joints. So there will be a lot of losses in the signal. So how will your technology support on a cable which has got multi-joints?
I understand that how does it number of fiber cut? Actually, okay, you finish the question.
Chromatic dispersion when you are pumping high bit traffic.
Yeah, this that is what I was talking. Coherent modem, what it has done, all the chromatic dispersion issues, electronics, using all in electronics, they have been able to compensate at the third level. Cable in the world, as of now, I can proudly say that it cannot compensate chromatic dispersion and PMD, whatsoever is there. Now comes to the losses. Obviously, based on every joint is a loss, additional loss. From 800G, it will come to 600G, 400G, or 200G. It will work. There's something called qualify a fiber, how much bandwidth it can run on particular fiber per wave. Waves will be possible, but so I can assure you, even this will be doable. Only thing is needs to be qualified by our engineers. So similarly, we have been running this technology on the old fibers of some legacy Indian operators and also in Europe, where fiber was laid maybe 30, 40 years.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, we can end the session. And just summarizing, we had a very interesting and a very informative session started by Mr. Mayank and Mr. David, MCS and LTER and beyond. So how we are going to see the futuristic requirements, how they are applicated in the railways, that threw a good amount of light on it. And by Mr. Bhatt and Mr. Atul, talking on the present system of the GSM-R deployed on the Indian Railways and their support systems and their capabilities which are being catered as of today. And lastly, we had a very interesting session by Mr. Jatinder on how to enhance the keys beyond imaginable limits which are there today. When we started, I remember, we started with the 2 Mbps as first system, 2 Mbps and 34 Mbps, and today we are already operating systems at 10 gig, 100 gig as a matter of routine. So it's really a matter of time when we see the systems like 400G or 600G or 800 even in IR, so when the bandwidth requirements increase. It's a fruitful and very informative session, and I would like to thank who have contributed to the session, wealth of knowledge to the participants. Thank us to give me an opportunity to share this wonderful session. Thanks everybody, and organizers can take over.
Thank you, Tuteja sir, from behalf of NXL. Thank you very much for hosting us.
I would like to thank everyone to giving me this chance to, again, Railway World. Thank you, Rajiv Sharma sir and Tuteja sir.
Thank you so much. And I would especially like to at the last moment, I could take over this chair session. And it has been wonderful to see you, sir. And you have been our guiding whenever optical fiber or the telecommunication side used to be there. And it's a nice that you are the session today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you. So I would also like details of the contact details of the speakers with the participants, so that if in the future they want to interact and gain some more knowledge and insights. So organizers, can you do that? So I would suggest that please do it.
Thanks a lot for all the speakers for session 1, and a special thanks to our retired sir, Tuteja sir. Thank you so much for chairing the session in such a short notice. And sir has beautifully summarized and concluded session 1 that was on advances and very much. And as sir has suggested, we'll share the email IDs of our speakers so that in future also we can contribute. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's the time to session 2 is on communication networks. 3 paper presentations. Segment routing with IP MPLS, which will be presented by Mr. Sumit Ranjan, Messrs. Cisco. Second paper will be on Messrs. NEC. A third paper will be presented by Mr. Narendra Arora, Messrs. VIB. So I request all the presenters to kindly get ready with the now I request our Director General IRISET to chair the session 2. Just a brief about our sir. Shri S.K. Goel sir is IRSSC 1982 batch, and now sir is working as DG IRISET, and he is the first DG IRISET holding the post. Prior to joining as DG IRISET Secunderabad, sir was working as PCST Southern Railway, and sir has worked in rail. Sir was also working as ED projects in Railway Board, and has issued various policy guidelines which were very helpful for Indian Railways to follow and take up new works. And just to mention over here, Southern Railway, under his leadership, we could last patch of fiber laying in Southern Railway, and under his leadership, Southern Railway was declared as 100% across the track. And apart from that, tenure sir was instrumental in getting almost all the reliability. Now it's time to start with session 2. I request our DG sir to please come forward, take over the session 2. Sir, request sir to please take over the dais, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Yes,
I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank the kind words spoken about me. I thank the organizers, the host, for arranging this session today and giving me the opportunity to chair this session 2 on communication network. Having been part of the Southern Railway system, I have seen the railway closely, and I can proudly say the chapter at Chennai is one of the most active chapters, and now under the dynamic leadership of the new PCST Southern Railway, Mr. Bhaskaran, I am sure the chapter will do even better, scale newer heights. As you might be knowing, though Mr. Bhaskaran has organized this practical session today, right now he is sitting through a non-interlocking at a major work at Jolarpet. It is a major EI which he has taken the lead, and as true leader, he is camping at site, making sure that the new signaling system gets commissioned. My compliments to Bhaskaran and entire Southern Railway team. I see close to 60 participants WebEx group and around 150 odd on YouTube. Several senior officers from board, my colleagues from different railways, my very close colleagues of Southern Railway, some of the senior officers whose comment I am able to see on YouTube, Saxena sir, Kashinath sir, Alam sir, Arvind Mittal sir, and many others. I pay my regards to each one of you and to the entire fraternity of telecommunication engineers. I convey my good wishes on this International Telecom Day. I would be failing if I don't pay my special respect to Tuteja sir, who are chairing the first session. He has been a pioneer, he has been a leader, and we youngsters have always true as signal engineers, SNT engineers rather, we have always been told that when we work in the department SNT, it's the signaling which is the bread and telecom is the butter. Any PCST, any senior DST, bulk of the time he spends on signaling, and if a critical issue crops up, then only the telecom is looked at. But what we have seen in last 2 months is completely the reverse. The COVID situation around us has brought out circumstances, situations which were never foreseen. Indian Railway was constrained to curtail its passenger services, but the goods operations, the freight operations, parcel operations, they continued. The office working continued through the e-office system. The digital networks which have been put in place, they continue to support the train operations, and what we have seen over 2 months, a wonderful delivery by Indian Railways, which was appreciated by everyone, including the Prime Minister of the country. The role of telecom in the scenario which we are seeing today is unmatched. Probably, as the PM rightly said in his last speech, that this COVID challenge should be used by everyone as an opportunity to look for new avenues to make further improvements. I am sure the session being conducted today, hosted by Southern Railway, will bring out ideas, will bring out solutions which will help Indian Railways telecom network even more robust, even more strong. Just to give an idea of how we are coping the challenges here in IRISET. The moment the lockdown was announced, instruction came that all physical classes have to be discontinued. Accordingly, IRISET, like all other CTIs, followed the directives. But the sessions never stopped. From the very next day, IRISET started e-learning sessions for the probationers, importantly for the field supervisors also. I'm glad to share with the team members here that almost 300 trainees are attending online sessions for IRISET through various online programs. I'm sure the new avenues which we are exploring will help provide better services to Indian Railways in the times to come, help us to scale our capabilities, and help us to take the training right for users. Coming back to session 2 of this seminar, there are 3 papers. This session, the theme of the session is communication networks. The subjects are segment routing with IP MPLS by Mr. Sumit Ranjan of Cisco. Second paper would be on the subject of digital ID in a contactless environment. Very, very relevant, very, very contemporary, by Mr. Jandeep Singh of NEC. And third paper regarding fiber monitoring system by Mr. Narendra Arora of EFI. I would first like to invite speaker number 1, Mr. Sumit Ranjan.
Thank you, sir.
Make out his presentation. Just a brief introduction of Mr. Sumit. He is working as Senior Solution Architect with Cisco. Sumit is having a deep knowledge with the hands-on experience of more than 21 years in service provider networks, and since last 7 years, he has been working as senior solution architect in Cisco. Prior to working in Cisco, with him vast experience of one of the tier 1 service provider in India. Mr. Sumit is a qualified engineer in the field of electronics and communication. Now I will request Mr. Sumit to take over and make out his presentation. As we are running late, time now is 12:41. I request Mr. Sumit to conclude his session by 13:00 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for giving us an opportunity to share our on how the transport network should look like. Let me share the presentation. So we will be discussing how segment routing based IP MPLS network can be used as a for Indian Railways. Before I get into that, I must thank because in this COVID scenario, you all are doing a tremendous job. So let's start. Before I get into this transport network requirement, I have just captured something on what a mass transit will require. What are the critical parameters on which a mass transit will look at? First is safety and compliance. It is not only the data security but passenger security, onboard surveillance, IP cameras, then signaling, level crossing. All these are the passenger experience. The dynamic communication, digital signage, passage tracking, app-based services. People must be looking towards this because of the kind of modernization we are expecting in railways. All these things will be required. Category could be the data operation, how I can do a automated tracking of my fleet or my train and modernize. Second thing is that with the country initiative on digitization, we are going to connect. Sir saying that we have railways has got the largest fiber in. We are trying to build a network on that fiber network to which railway has. The last but not the least thing is the operational efficiency. How I can bring operational efficiency, how I can do fleet management, I can do mean time to repair. Webinar today, how I can rope in some expert sitting in India to troubleshoot or help in maintenance at my yard in some other city. So all those things are of critical importance. This requires a robust data network, and as my other colleagues have already told that going to increase and with evolution of 5G, 4G, and amount control and efficient network. So before we jump into the net, before we jump to the segment routing and IP MPLS, we have just captured how the connected rail architecture is. Train communication, we have a train system and you have a wayside broadband access. There's device sitting inside the train that to a 3G, 4G or a wayside broadband access, and all these are connected back to an IPLS or a Ethernet switching ring back to the wherever the data has to be transmitted. Now with the evolution of 4G, 5G, the tracking system may be 4G or 5G, and these are 4G and 5G are IP oriented technology. So it becomes imperative that I should penetrate more and more IP towards inside the network. Maybe a cell site router kind of thing on the cell, nearer to the node B, to ensure that bandwidth is not is a challenge. Quality of service is not a challenge. Segregation is not a challenge in case of 5G network. How I can do a segmentation? How I can do it with IP? So with the evolution of 4G and 5G, everything towards IP. So IP penetration till the track side becomes very imperative. With this, the volume of the network will increase. It is not only the data, the number of devices which is talking IP going to increase. How efficiently I am going to manage that IP network? What should be the mechanism to manage the IP network? How I will do an automation? How I will do the troubleshooting? How I can, because ultimately I have to run a network. So the simplicity has to be brought inside the network call by having a management software which is automation of provisioning and troubleshooting also. We have captured some of the current WAN challenges and we will try to see how we can address using segment routing and IP MPLS. The first and foremost main challenge is end of life of SDH. SDH is more or less going end of happening on SDH. So we have to migrate to a packet technology, and most of the traffic is the packet technology or chosen has to support majority of Ethernet traffic, but at the same time the legacy traffic also, because in a day it will take some time to change your legacy system, but the support Ethernet automation other things, but it should also support the legacy traffic. So since the current network is SDS, so for every requirement I have a dedicated bandwidth whether we are using it or not, and we have been putting multiple layer 3s to enable, but these layer 3 devices are not linked to transport because transport is running on TDM and IP. So any problem in transport is not directly correlated with the service disruption. So end-to-end visibility is a challenge. QoS prioritization and automation orchestration is also a challenge. How to ensure that these are not there when we are designing a new network. So we have just captured four key criteria for a strategic WAN solution. IP, we should build a network which is based on IP, and but at the we have a legacy network which is running, and as I mentioned, that cannot be changed on day one. So we should that there gradually we can migrate everything to Ethernet, but whatever system we are deploying, we have to make services also. Performance, because we are running critical signaling or some SCADA traffic legacy system, so we have to ensure that it should run smoothly. Now, as I discussed, that the volume is data volume and the equipment volume is going to increase, so it will which will help in not only a day zero deployment. I will take an example, first deployment. So suppose you have to require a L2 L3 engineer to go there. First a power engineer will go, he will install the router, power on, then L2 L3 engineer will go. With automation you can go install the router, power on it, the router can be automatically provisioned. That is a zero touch provisioning. How you will provision services, signaling or any latency, how we are going to ensure that network signal latency end to end. So it requires an automation tool in the network. The last but not the least, that we should invest in such a technology which is future centric and should support for and technology should not become obsolete. So these are four buckets. Using that, we think that a strategic WAN network or a transport network should be designed. So we have captured some of the WAN requirements. The TDM migration takes some time, so we should have provision to how to run the TDM network on this IP MPLS network without decreasing performance. Determinism is another important factor because there are many applications which requires guaranteed bandwidth and symmetrical latency. Even if it's a symmetrical latency, by default, you cannot ensure that IP is coming on path. But with the evolution of technology like MPLS traffic engineering and Flex LSP, my trans traffic and receive traffic is coming via the same fiber path, latency and guaranteed bandwidth. Security is another important factor. We should consider security at perimeter level only, endpoint end user level, and resiliency. When we talk about resiliency, it should be in high availability. There should not be any compromise, and we should get 50 millisecond convergence for any link or node failure. Suppose I am deploying a ring or I have 4 or 5 paths from one node, and any failure should not result 50 millisecond convergence, so that my critical traffic is restored within 50 milliseconds before any outage is experienced by anyone. It's valid for video and other critical signaling application, because video, if there is an outage, there will be glitch, there will be black, will not be. Important factor is integration of optical and IP layer. With evolution of IP over DDoS, gigs, CFP2 DCOs, we can build the directly inside the router, and we can build an optical to IP integration, so that any failure inside the optical or any errors inside the optical can decide the very very critical thing which is happening in the world of IP. The other important thing is traffic engineering. We should be able to do applications. Day 2 operations are about such a huge which is running pan India. Clocking is again a very important factor, because we are talking about 4G, 5G. Some networks have deployed IP MPLS as their 5G, and they synchy. So basically, it's a phase clocking. So PT for 5G, we will be requiring class B timing. So that is also a very important factor when we decide a transport network that would start behaving like a clock source for all your eNode Bs and microwaves if you are putting in. Is another important factor when we start discussing the WAN requirements. We have just captured what was the problem with the TDM based services. We have thousands of such circuits running in a network, and we have a digital cross connect, add drop multiplexers, and nailed connection. Once we provision a bandwidth, it will remain whether it is used or not used. And if you can see, it takes a huge infra in provisioning that. Although I'm getting guaranteed bandwidth, the bandwidth also cannot go in most of the cases more than STM16, and most of the muxes are supporting STM4 only. So if the bandwidth requirement is increasing, and if you move to Ethernet, this will not be a very cost-effective solution, and it will require a huge infra. So all this is one of the biggest problem happening with the TDM. If you see the infra uses by at some location using TDM, it uses huge infra and racks of muxes are you are port PGS to support your SCADA system like 35x.2 on RS232 and access to for your E1 and STM4 circuits. So it requires a huge with your packet infra. So I can tell you a single rack can be a single rack unit full of SDH and PGH mux can be converted to a 6RU chassis or a 3RU chassis. So that kind of infra saving and power is offered using a packet based network. So this is one of the reasons to move from a packet based. Now coming back to that although we are saving on a on your infra, but how my TDM service will work? What will happen to my TDM service level guarantee? Earlier, I was able to get a seamless service packet circuit emulation for your TDM services. TDM packets are emulated over TDM is emulated over a packet network, and with use of Flex LSP, I can ensure that the trans and receive path are same, and I can also ensure that it will get a 50 millisecond convergence in case of a fiber failure. So the quality of experience, quality of service, and resiliency can be met using Flex LSP and circuit emulation of packet network. So we are able to achieve what we are able to get in SDH on a packet network also enhanced capacity. Now I will support network modernization. The first key component is the tight chip integration. So it will result into increased bandwidth, reduced cost, and reduced. The second thing is your TDM, L2 services and L3 services, including multicast. And the protocols have been simplified. Earlier, when you used to run IP, we were afraid that we have to run many protocols, and it will be. But with the evolution of technology, we don't have to run many protocols, and it is very much simplified. Has improved drastically as for automation, orchestration, and operation or for run, and we can integrate with this with umbrella NMS too if required. So we all this transition have led us to move to an carrier Ethernet network. Agile in the sense that because it is very much receptive to the service requirement. Whatever service is required, that can be deployed. If you see the older IP MPLS network, we have to run IP, IGP, LDP, RSVP. So there are 6, 7, 8 protocols which we used to run. But with the evolution of Agile Carrier Ethernet network, I am running only 3 protocols. IP is anyway we have to run. IGP is the protocol which is there for management. That is there, and only BGP is running for all the services. We don't need to run this RSVP, targeted LDP, and different kind of protocol for different services. Only BGP has to run for all the services, and that can be integrated with a path computation engine, a WAN automation engine, a service orchestrator, and NMS. And this can again be integrated with any application which is running in standard APIs like RESTCon for any other API. So any requirement which is coming to a work order system to your provisioning tool, which will check the network and start provisioning the network. So it becomes very click, and any failure in the network will be and controller will see what is the impact on the circuit and what is the SLA impact, and it will start rerouting the traffic based on the available path. Question, sir. I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, but you are reaching your time also. We would request you to finish in next couple of minutes.
So give us 5 more minutes, sir. I will just finish it. So just touch upon segment routing. I will just touch upon the key features. One is on-demand policy steering, which means that you can deploy a network which is a signaling network or a bandwidth on demand network. All these can be deployed using segment routing, and automatically through the provisioning tool. Protection for your link and node failure. Operations become very easy, very seamless. Deployment is making very seamless. Since we are running short of time, I will just touch upon the one of the few of the use cases. The first use case will be versus cost of transport. So if you want, I have to send traffic on the minimum delay. I can choose it. I can choose minimum delay for the service which for the services. If I want to path which is encrypted, some critical traffic, I can choose the path to send traffic on the encrypted path. Similarly, if I want to send the traffic over high bandwidth path, I can choose a high bandwidth path to send the traffic. So everything is always bandwidth, latency, or encryption. So and all the traffic based on the requirement can be sent on those paths only. So this is a very good use case when you have a different kind of traffic in network and you want to send to different paths. So you can use segment routing for doing the same. And another important feature will be the data plane monitoring. In case of SDS, the OEM pack goes in the same header. So in case of any failure of inline failure, the data when the OEM is lost, data is also lost, and it gives an alert that there is a failure. Similar mechanism we can do with the MPLS also. We can do a data plane monitoring, and the path which is not good for data sending, the traffic will not send on that data. So data loss is protected in case of segment routing. So I will touch upon the NSO service automation solution. So there are few components there which we call a controller, which takes the information back from the network, feeds it to an automation engine, and the automation engine gives this feedback back to the service orchestrator. Service orchestrator provisions the network. So all the constraint you can put in the orchestration service agency, the service orchestrator will find out a path which is critical for the service and provision a path. And in case of any the one thing is that you provisioned now how we are going to monitor this. Suppose there is a fiber cut and the latency required was to 20 milliseconds, it increased to 40 milliseconds. How you will come to know, and how will controller is anyway talking to the network and getting this feedback. If there is the controller will signal back to the orchestrator, and orchestrator will reroute the traffic if the path is available. Otherwise, it will flag that it is running out of SLA, and you will be aware that my service is running out of SLA due to this fiber cut. So this is an automation workflow. There is something in yellow and something in blue. The yellow one is the information which we are getting through from the network to build a database using standard protocols like BGP, link state, or path computation engine protocol. So all the controller and WAN automation engine has full visibility of the network, and we are running telemetry also, which is like an SNMP, sending information of the network back to the. So once a request comes that for be on bandwidth or latency, it is NSO sends the request back to the controller. Controller gives him it. Take for example, you want 100 Mbps bandwidth every Wednesday 4 p.m. for a video conferencing. Now, how you can automate it? You can feed this information in the service orchestrator, find out 100 meg bandwidth using controller and WAN automation engine to 5 or 4 to 6, whatever you will mention. So you need not have to call the administrator every time that I need bandwidth of 100 meg every Wednesday, whether I'm getting 100 meg or not. So all reporting also can be done on your bandwidth utilization and other things. Very good use cases when we talk about automation and segment routing. So further use cases are because that it can be zero touch deployment. We can also create method of procedure, support uniformity. very important feature. Normally, usually what happens that some of the devices are running X software, some of the devices are running Y software. Using this automation tool, you can ensure that all your network is running single software which is and updated. You have a D or a GPON network. This automation can get in GPON also. It will be a single pane of glass automation for all the OEMs across. Plans is also important when you talk that what policy we decided and what policy has been in the network. So it can give you a comparative study that this is deployed, and based on that, either you can automate that, bring it back to the original one, or you can. Other important aspect is what if analysis and worst case impact analysis. This gives you a flexibility to simulate offline. Suppose I have a critical traffic running and I want to simulate what if this link fails, how my traffic will behave. So it gives you an simulation offline, and you get my congestion and my application will not work. So you advance. So and you can also think that if I have got 4 links, if all of 3 fails, how can I plan for my critical traffic to run in this network? Similarly, you can do a capacity building, and you can do bandwidth on demand. Your SD, you can also run if you are running an enterprise network, you can also automate that network using this tool. So this is a comprehensive tool managing across OEM, across IP product or DWDM or any kind of product. This is a which will be thing. These are the certain key protocols which we think that say 50 million convergence.
I hope we are reaching the end of the presentation.
Yes, which will identify that plugged into their network. Then segment routing for V6. MEF 3.0 is a very important aspect. Metro Ethernet Forum is a independent body which do the testing with different OEMs and certify on automation. So MEF 3.0 is a very important aspect when you are trying to choose some solution based on their capability. So we always recommend to go to Metro Ethernet Forum sites and check what all things are certified, what solution are certified. Single protocol for EVPN, telemetry, all these which we should be try to deploy it along with segment routing. So I just that segment routing based IP/MPLS networks ensures service level guarantee and automation in network. It can legacy. So IP/MPLS based network will give you a huge infra saving and enhancement in capacity. QoS service mapping worlds of TDM and IP can be utilized. So that's all from my there to answer, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sumit. I request the audience to come out with the questions if they have any. I think there are no more questions.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, RailTel, though they have been having MPLS network, Indian Railways have largely been dependent on SDH alone for last 2.5 decades or so. And now Indian Railway, for their applications, also have planned to create a MPLS network. It's given by you how to have the migration plan from the existing legacy systems to the IP MPLS network, which is the thing of the future. I'm sure the inputs will go a long way. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sumit.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
I also find on the WebEx now DG Nair, Shri SPS Chauhan, DG Nair is on the WebEx now. I welcome you to the seminar, sir. I hope you will enjoy the products. Now I would invite the next speaker, Mr. Jandeep Singh. Jandeep Singh is Senior Manager, Strategy and Business Development, Public Safety NEC, and he will be talking on the subject of importance of digital life in a contactless world. There can be nothing more contemporary than this. We look forward to hear Mr. Jandeep Singh. A few words about him. Shri Jandeep joined NEC in the year 2016, and he has been actively involved in corporate strategy and business development for NEC public safety solutions in the Indian market. He also oversees the partner ecosystem development and alliance management for the business unit. Mr. Janadeep started his career with Emphasis Limited in corporate strategy. He is a seasoned person with over 7 years experience across diverse set of functions and business verticals. Mr. Jandeep has completed his postgraduate diploma in management from IIM Calcutta after doing his computer science from Indraprasth University, Delhi. I formally welcome Mr. Jandeep Singh to the session, and I would request him to start his presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the warm welcome. Very good afternoon to everyone, all of the members and all of the associates of the railway industry. Sumit, if you can just stop your sharing, then I can start sharing. Or you can just let me know if you're able to see my slides.
Yes, we are able to see.
Okay. So I'll just begin my presentation. I'd like to spend a couple of minutes running you through about who NEC is, what NEC has been doing. So NEC is in existence for more than 120 years and has been a Fortune Global 500 company, since a long period, since inception. 1,000 employees globally, 74,000 patents globally and 100,000 plus employees. We are spread across 160 countries.
I would request Jandeep to rush through the company intro portion. NEC is not a company which requires introduction.
Right, so that's a good thing to hear about NEC. I'll just quickly skip through the slides. See, at its core, percent of our annual revenues backed in R&D, and that sort of reflects in the number of patents that we have globally. We provide solutions from all across, from the sea to the satellite parts, green cables for telecommunication, the or any other space agency. If there's anything related to ICT, any planet in some country or the other. In India, NEC has been in business since more than 60 years. We started our operations back in 1956 by providing telecom equipment to the department. We have multiples in India, and our key office is Delhi. Some of the marks on the right are what I would like to call special mention towards for a minute. Managing the backend biometric system for the Aadhaar program. That means we are 1.3 billion identities. 1.2 billion identities, and this is the largest ID program done phase of the Chennai to Andaman Nicobar system integrator in this more than $100 million project. And we're currently in the deployment phase. The cable laying is going on. We have Mumbai Industrial Corridor, where we do RFID based trainer tracking, and we are currently tracking more than 90% of the containers moving all across DMIC's port network. We also manage more than 4,000 buses under the BRT location, the passenger information systems, and even the ticketing and fare collection. NEC has provided an impact to India at a national level. I'd like to get more in concept part of it and rather than the company part of it. Moving on to NEC's artificial intelligence leadership. We have more than 10 global research labs been set up in India based, and we are cutting edge technologies, finding out more and more solutions, changes that in the ecosystem of operations of all verticals. This is one of the key things that the research laboratories are also now working on, is that how do we operate this in these unforeseen circumstances which seem to likely that they will persist for a long duration. Coming to safety and security, these contributions to public safety span across citizen safety, digital governance, and smart transportation, which includes the railways ecosystem as well. The solutions are pinned on the tenets of safety and security and efficiency and equality. They all leverage our cutting edge biometric or artificial intelligence or our own proprietary technology that we have spent years of R&D investing into. Coming to biometrics specifically, NEC has been the #1 provider of biometric solutions to the world globally. We've had more than 50 years, and one of the agencies that does, or rather the only agency that does the benchmarking of biometric technologies is the National Institute, which is based out of the USA. And ever since the year that NEC has started participating, we've been ranked the #1 in biometrics, especially for facial recognition. Speaking about facial recognition, we have the most accurate technology. We control environment where a passenger, we have demonstrated more than 99.2% accuracy, and our error rate is less than 4 times our next nearest competitor. And this is an open test that anybody can participate in, submit their algorithm, and NIST runs this rigorous testing exercise for 2 years. And these are the results that were released in 2017-18. Why is NEC's facial recognition so good? We have a high tolerance for pan, tilt, and basically different various angles of the face that can happen. So as you know, when you want to detect a person who's mocking in front of the camera without him having to look into the camera, so that to ensure that movement is maintained. So NEC's left or right, or a 30-degree or 40-degree up or down motion accuracy levels that we commit. This is unparalleled in the reason that NEC is able to consistently maintain its #1 rank at the top. One more important aspect when it comes to facial recognition is spoofing detection. So NEC's internal neoface technologies do quality assessment and use deep learning to be able to detect any cases of spoofing that occur. If you look at the image on the right on my screen, there are 3 red boxes and 1 green box. The person on the leftmost is holding out a printed picture of the person to be identified as photographed. The person on the rightmost is having the photograph in a tablet. Standing the second from the left is actually wearing a silicone mask of the person who we're supposed to identify. And of course, the third person, the green box around him, is the actual person himself. So these are, much more crucial in an immigration kind of a scenario where people take these kind of extreme measures to force the NEC's systems have been able to detect these people despite their best efforts. Overall, the AI helped us customers a numerous amount of use cases, and we've always shown demonstrable results. In a city in Argentina, we reduced automating the quality inspection, reduced the inspection cost by around 60%. Sectors like healthcare or retail stores or contact center operations, we've been able to efficiently and be able to bring down either cost carry out. Coming to a bit of a disconnect networking and telecommunication conversations that we've been having today, but as the honorable chairperson said, it is a very relevant and very contemporary topic that I feel is at the back of all of our minds since we're involved in the travel industry, is how will travel look normal? Because honestly speaking, we have heard multiple agencies around the world now saying that this is something that we will have to learn to live with. These kind of infections do keep cropping when the next one comes up, or how successful or the next one is in infecting itself or infecting carriers around the world. So these are things that we need to do our planning, our forecast, our vision towards the future, and make sure that we are taking the right step direction. How has all of this impacted the railway industry? Specifically, of course, time that this slide was made, there were around 86,000 people. In fact, 5 minutes ago, the number has now increased to 90,000. So the world unprecedented challenge, and all modes of travel, whether it's aircraft, whether it's railways, whether it's any public travel, it has to adapt, try to overcome these unprecedented times. What are the challenges that ecosystems in the facing? The phase of social distancing. Social distancing means that you have to maintain a safe distance from your nearest human to not come into contact with the virus in case that person is infected. That means in terms of the requirement, safe distance of at least 6 feet which is a rare sight when it comes to an environment such as a railway station or a metro station or even an airport. You need necessary contact between just even travelers, but travelers with the staff, whether there's any verification happening, any back checks happening, there needs to be as minimum contact as possible, because we know the people who are working on the front line, the security staff, the trains still run and resume operations for even passengers now. It is very important to keep them safe since they come into contact with a large number of people. And highly efficient processes. What is happening now is every passenger is being screened more thoroughly. There have to be safe distances maintained between subsequent passengers. So there's slowness in the system that you need to making sure that your processing methods are very efficient. But as someone said in the earlier parts of this call, this is a time where we need to adapt, use this adversity, and leverage this as an opportunity to improve and become better. The nation must keep going. There's no way that the railways can stay behind in these unprecedented times. How can NEC help? NEC's elevated body temperature detection technologies can help you screen passengers more efficiently. We are keeping everybody safe, and anybody who is showcasing these kind of symptoms you are able to detect them from the crowd, as well as how does it work? So there's a small device that is mounted on a metal pole, and an operator sits near viewing the results of the passengers who are walking by. It's it's a very which eliminates any ID checks that the person can do or is required to do, since you can pair it with facial recognition. Currently being done at the airports as well under the DigiYatra scheme. NEC is deploying that project at 4 airports, and we will see that be open to passengers soon. It provides frictionless access, so there is no contact required, interaction of the security guard required with the passenger. As you know, if you would have gone to some departmental store these days, there's the person standing at the front measuring your temperature with a handheld thermometer. At the end of the day, that distance 6 foot arm, so that person needs to be protected. And it's a user-friendly interface, very easy to do. You do not need any just a small setup that can help you get this going. And of course, it provides you an efficient way to administer, and also it gives you an option to detect any blacklisted individuals in case you require that need to do so. It detects your elevated body temperatures and indicates and alerts the operator who is sitting there monitoring it. And it even works with protective equipment, including face masks. NEC just a couple of days ago has issued a press release that we have modified our facial recognition engine for it to able to be working with face masks as well, which is the most accurate and fastest algorithm in the world. So every unit can be connected to a single operator. So you can scale it up as per the size of the station or as per the passengers and experience for passengers, to be able to ensure that passenger as you can in the lowest amount of time possible, and helps you eliminate LINB. Other than being an inadequate, they are a danger for the passengers as well at the moment.
Just to remind you the timelines and the...
I'll not take more than 5 minutes, sir. I'll just, don't worry. So NEC has looked at this at not just a measure of face, will become the idea of the future, not just for checking whether you have a fever or not, or checking whether you are a blacklisted person who should be allowed inside or not, but rather entity, your ID card, your pass to anywhere, your access pass to anywhere in the world. How we have done this is we are building an ecosystem of digital identity or building an e-platform where your face becomes your single unified biometric key, along with all your demographics. Whether you're a railway station, you are able to access things like government services, even hotels in the future, through your face. How does this ecosystem look like? How does the passenger life cycle get enhanced with this? When you start a trip, is we book a cab to go to the railway station or the airport. In this case, where Uber or Lyft or Ola can be integrated with your face, so that your passenger, so that gets done through your face, your payment gets done through your face. You check if you reach there, drop off your baggage. If you reach a railway station, you go straight to security. Here, your thermal screening happens, and you're cleared, and you're allowed train. Once you reach your destination, you book another cab to get to your hotel. If you're traveling, if you're a business traveler, again, that car rental or ride share can again be done through your face. You reach the hotel, you're booking, you're across the life cycle, it becomes a comfortable and seamless experience that is secure both for the operator as well as the passenger. Not to take up much time, I have a quick 2-minute video that I would like this would work. Sorry about the subtitles. I think in the interest of time, I'll cut the video short here. But I went across that how your face can become your ID, and that the travel experience of the future. Just a quick recap on a partner for you to undertake this journey. We have more than 2 centuries of expertise globally, with more than 60 years in India. At heart, we have more than 74,000 patents, having an R&D facility here in India. We have more than 110,000 employees globally, more than 6,000 in India, and have been consistently ranked one of the top 50 most innovative companies in the world. And given our large G2G marquee project experiences that I shared earlier, all of those projects have one thing in common. They have at some time or the other been recognized by the PMO's office, not a firm which is shy of the attention. And we would be thrilled to be a partner with Indian Railways taking forward this journey of transformation. Thank you so much. That's all from my end, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Jamdeep. In fact, when we talk of electronic identity, 2 issues which are talked about always, they are security and privacy.
Right, sir.
Where that intelligence resides, and how do I convince the customer that I'm not in any way breaching his security and privacy.
True, sir.
Tracking him at the airport, you are tracking him in the car, you are tracking him in the elevator, everywhere.
Right, sir. That's one of the concerns that's been very relevant these days, and I feel it's a stance that the government needs to take at a policy level, that there needs to be some established norms. Since this is a disruptive time for these kind of technologies, and people are coming out with use cases which have not been thought of. So we need to make sure that those policies cover these kind of exhaustive use cases, so that the passenger safety and security, which is the first priority for us as well, that is maintained. The biometric data, who is the owner, as an operator, as a solution provider, should only be the processor. It should not have access or have only ownership of data. These are some very common points that have come out in the projects that we have done so far. It needs to be taken in this case, and as rightly pointed out by you, this priority most.
Another thing, in fact, I run a small training institute here. So these days, even though I'm able to conduct the classes, I'm not able to conduct the. I thought I'm also a potential customer for you, but I don't find a mention of myself in your presentation.
Sir, I was not aware you run a training institute. Otherwise, I put a slide specially for you.
Deep will share my contact details. Let's get in touch.
Sure, sir, definitely.
Any other questions from the audience?
In the all places, now should be for introducing your system, should we change all the cameras, or some patches can be added for existing cameras? It may be of slightly lower. Is it possible?
Just 2 points. First is the ongoing video surveillance system RFP that Indian Railways is currently working, which RailTel is helping execute. Scope the facial recognition system already at the station entrances. So, and NEC is one of the people who have been evaluated along with the MSI's overall stack. And just with regards to the thermal screening, this is a separate one standee that comes with a separate unit. This you don't need to integrate it with your own surveillance system, since you need it at a face level along with on the route of where the passengers are walking. It cannot really be managed from your roof-mounted CCTV cameras, on which I doubt that the legacy cameras would have.
For us, I have provided at all places, including hospital. So there, can we add the patch and then get?
Yes, sir. So when we're integrating the solution into a legacy or an existing CCTV system, all we need is to adjust the pan tilt the camera, captures the maximum pixels of the face. Back can off.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other question? I think the contact details of Mr. Janadeep may be shared by the host. You can get in touch with him directly for any further queries. I think, Janadeep, you have covered a topic of extremely importance today. The word is change, and as you said, we are seeing a new normal. Yeah, how these technological solutions are guarded, safeguarded through the policy initiatives, that is to be looked into by the authorities. Thank you. Thanks a lot. May God bless you. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Same to you.
We'll now move to the third and the last speaker of the session, Shri Narendra Arora. Shri Arora is a pre-sales specialist in fiber optics product in Viavi. He has previously worked at Adva Telecom USA, Turna, and NHFCL. So he carries with him varied experience in the field of telecommunications, fibers, OLT, and DWDM. He will be addressing us on the issue of fiber management systems. I think a lot of fellows from RailTel would be interested in the issue. And now, when we are growingly using the fiber for signaling as well, the topic is of importance for both the signaling segments as well as the telecom segments. Welcome, Mr. Arora. I would request you now to take over the session. Mr. Arora, are you there? Mr. Arora? The host, please try to locate Mr. Arora.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are catching him up on phone, sir.
The speaker. It's okay, sir. Hello?
Mr. Arora?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you, but we are not able to locate you. Are you helping now?
He's there. He's there.
Yeah,
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we are able to hear. Your video is there. Continue.
Okay, so let me share, sir.
You have the disadvantage of being the last speaker lunch.
Yeah. So can you see my screen, sir?
I'm sure if you take it very long, then the audience will disappear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, sir. Sorry for the interruption. So a little bit about my company very quickly. So Viavi was founded in 1923 in Germany as Wendel and Gulterman, and eventually became Viavi Solution. It was until July 2015, and in California, in USA, right? And before JDS, it was known as X2 and WNG. Viavi by numbers, you can see it's a $1 billion plus company, and we have 2,000 patents issued in our name. Telecom test instruments are used globally with different operators and labs or other contractors, right? So we are a company of more than 4,000 employees, 350 channel partners, and in more than 137 countries. So we have worldwide division is there in called Saint-Étienne near Lyon. Right, sir? So today's session is a train, and thing is that it is well known that has been late in the past few years in India and is yet to be late. Senior leaders in telcos do realize and do state that optical fiber is fine for them, but 30 to 40% of laid fiber has been wasted, and because generally there is a time gap between when the fiber is laid and it is actually put on the services, right? So when they want to put the fiber on the services, they realize that it is not available for use. So over a period of time, there were multiple cable cuts happened, and it's not available for use. For restoration of the fiber, they realize that have come up and road has come up, dig it to restore the fiber. Eventually, they have to replace some of them, which huge. So had this fiber was monitored in the beginning itself, so they could have taken the time. And fiber could have been protected from main object system is no fiber optics cost. So you can see in India, every 30 minutes there is a fiber break, right? Due to multiple reasons. And the consequences are network downtime, repair patches, reputation is satisfied, and some security issues are there. Data can also be stolen. So what happens whenever there is a fiber cable cut is there? The NOC gets some alarm. He's loaded with alarms, right? But the alarm has come because of the fiber cable cut, or it is some network equipment failure, or maybe there is a power failure at some of the sites. The moment he is able to troubleshoot, the alarm has come due to the fiber cable came to come
with his OTDR and localize the fault. Right. The moment technician reaches at the site, his OTDR, in the beginning, he doesn't know which fiber it is to find out which port it is placed. Let's say he gets a information cable cut, but where do I go 60 kilometer from here? He doesn't know the exact location. And moreover, it's not necessarily it's a fiber cable cut. There could be a degradation also due to a ban the patch code and connected again some loss has, because he doesn't have the initial reference, so he cannot compare what could have happened in the absence of fiber monitoring system. So generally, it may take 3 or even days sometime to look. Whereas with a fiber monitoring system, it can 5 minutes fault location. So this is the fiber monitoring principle. So thing is that the hardware which OTU optical test unit includes an OTDR and the optical switch, right? So thing is that we take a baseline reference trace when we commission this fiber monitoring system with the OTDR and the optical switch. So depending upon on that location, how many optical cables are terminated and how many fiber on this box, and a reference for each fiber to be monitored is taken. And in the round robin fashion, it 24/7 it keeps monitoring for the fiber. Any difference is there, any degradation has happened, any cut has happened related to the sections or the knock let long along with the let fiber monitoring benefits. So different reports available. They are using the fiber monitor, and as I said, not only it sees the cable cut, it also sees for the fiber degradation, right? So even before the outages, so there may be outage by 17 outages can be avoided if fiber monitoring is there. So also unused fiber with the unused fiber monitoring, so you can put those fiber for the services wire it, right? Monitored, so you can have more stringent SLAs with your customer, because within few minutes you will get to know the fault. Only time is being spent is in the restoration of stuff wasted or spoiled in troubleshooting of the fault load, so that is saved. Right. So there is a demarcation between the fiber, either it's a fiber fault, so it's not like that everybody is running after the fault. The system can be used with the telcos, for the dark fiber providers, for the so on. So system fiber monitoring. So the same system can be used either for construction and provisioning phase during the maintenance or infrastructure monitoring. So with this system, you get accurate fault location in few minutes instead of hours. So our system can be used for monitoring the dark fiber or in-service fiber. So it's fit for any application. So it monitors 24 without having the need to dispatch the technician in the field. So fix the problem, not to find. The thing is that for dark fiber monitoring, the OTDR used can be of any wavelength, 1550 nanometer, 1625 or 1650 nanometer. Whereas for in-service monitoring, or 1650, because 1625 is normally far away from your traffic wavelength, so it's 50 nanometer. And also because it is a filter, so the traffic wavelength ability of the OTDR. So this is how monitor fiber cable up to so at strategic locations, these OTUs are placed where people are onto these OTUs and are provisioned for monitored in a round robin fashion. Our is a web-based system. Is called ONMSI, which gets installed on the server. Different domain user through username and password can have, and they get fault alarm through email or SMS. Various reports can be generated from the report engine. So there can be high evaluation in case of one server of any issues or power problem. So other backup server can take up, and all the OTUs migrate to the backup server in case of first server is down. So for GIS, it can be integrated to Google through KML file of the root, so it can pinpoint to the exact location of the fault. And we provide any third-party system for GIS or any trouble ticketing system through SNMP and web services party system. So not through SMPP server or through web services. So giving the cut along with the lat long of the location can provide you various reports as well. For example, for the preventive maintenance, you can see a real-time fiber budget chart as well. For example, the fiber cable was commissioned, happens, and over a period of few months or few years, and at some prices you will losses are just come down, right? And maybe some change some of, right? And after that, maybe loss has again improved, so it down. So for each fiber, you can see that real fiber budget chart. So just looking at it, the fiber degradation happened, or it degradation over few years. So you can see fiber performance visibility at a. So you can have various customized dashboard of the keep this. Not only for fiber monitoring, this can be used for infrastructure monitoring as well, sensors. So this fiber monitoring system can be for monitoring critical infrastructure like manholes, right? And also it can be used for network because thing is that many a time some sniffer can put a $20 device to steal the light from the fiber, a security threat. Right, because we take a reference trace in the beginning, and when he put some clamping device or the sniffing device, so he would have to create some band to steal the light. So moment he creates additional band, we report it to the system, and that can user can immediately know that, because generally such thing happens in the remote areas, in the jungle or near the border. So any such activity happens, so various reports can be generated from the system and can be scheduled so that whatever happened and what progress is doing or has from. So it becomes very easier for present the system and to know the health of the status of all the fibers. For what various delivered by this ONMS system, whatever the we got from our customers. So you can see some of customer has given the feedback that it helps them, and somebody has said that we can activate service dark fiber on demand. And there's another customer calls saving truck rolls, and another feedback there is improvement of mean time to repeat to 50%, right? They can prioritize maintenance to balance workload and avoid outages. And demarcation is the key. Identify if trouble is on the coax, fiber, or wireless, right? So and so on. So out video. So OTU 8000, which is the hardware, and ONMSI is the software application. Another model which is OTU 5000, which is a compact for medium and short distance. For longer distance than 40 dB, up to 40 dB dynamic range, the solution which is more compact and with more number of ports is OTU 5000. So both are complication. and dark fiber monitoring, in-service monitoring, the core network, FTTS, right, GPON, and so on. So Viavi has been into this fiber monitoring business for more than 20 years, and critical component of the systems are made in-house is the fiber monitor, where is heavy in-house. It's not like others, somebody else, they right, because it's a system, and later on you need a lot of savvy. It's a single window service, so in-house. So globally, we have more than 300 customers of this fiber monitoring system, and more than 6,000 OTUs are already, customers are using tens of OTUs, some are using hundreds of OTUs, some have got more than 500 OTUs in India itself. So in India, more than 2,000 OTUs. So this is the fourth generation of product that currently we are running, and there is a compatibility between all the four. Right? So, any question?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Narendra. Thanks a lot. I request the audience, they may ask their questions. We will restrict up to 2 questions. No takers?
Sir, Chennai, sir. CC Chennai. How accuracy is there? Fiber monitoring system, or exact kilometer and other things.
It all depends upon the information provided to us. Lake loops information, etc., is given to us. We can key into the system and see how the fault location is meters. Hello, who are our customers? So around 500 systems to RailTel, Bharti Airtel. So they are using our system for more than 15 years, right? And another big customer is Reliance Jio. So they also have around 500 systems. And recently we supplied more than 800 defense in NFS project, and tens of equipments. And we are into their smart cities as well. So some customers are there, and in the this APEC region also we have a lot of customers. Telecom in Bhutan, and so many other customers are there.
Thank you.
I think the host will share the contact details of all the 3 speakers with the participants. Further interactions may take place offline. I think we are already getting late for lunch. Before closing the session, I would like to thank all the 3 speakers. They have covered their respective subjects very well. They are of immense use, and I am sure the railways and the PSUs who are there in the session, they will be useful. Further interaction would take place, and the thing would be taken forward. With this, we have come to the end of session 2. From my side, I would like to thank the host for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this session, and again thank them, congratulate them for the wonderful initiative which has been taken. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Pratibha. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I again thanked all the speakers, all the 3 speakers, and a special thank for chairing the second session and summarizing and concluding the same, sir. Thank you so much, one and all. Session left, which will be having around 15 hours. Now we just take a small break, and I request the participants, the 3 participants, to kindly join 5 minutes before, so that we can be ready sharp at 15 hours. So a small break, and I request all the participants, viewers, to please stay connected at 15 hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. Good afternoon to one and all. Dinesh. Now we are in the the third to start. We'll be starting it shortly. We have 3 papers in it. And the third session is on application in railways. Welcome back, one and all. Now it's almost the time to start for the third session. Am I audible? Now, the topic of the third session is IT applications in railways. We'll be having 3 papers. The first paper will be on e-office. Will be presented by ED RailTel. Second paper will be on Rail Mitra. Will be given Mr. Trivandrum, Mr. Dinesh. And third paper is on VoIP based train control by T. Srinivasulu, Senior DST Mysore. And we had our P board, Shri Anshul Gupta sir, to kindly chair the session. So sir will be chairing the session. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir. I request the speakers, Dinesh and Srinivasulu, Mr. Srinivasulu. I request CK Prasad, sir, you please get ready with the presentation, sir.
Upload our present.
Sir. Yes, good afternoon,
Stop sharing that screen, yes.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Sir, shall we start, sir, with the session, sir?
Yeah, you can see the slide, Pratibha?
Yes, sir. Yes, we are able to see. No, but it's not in slide mode, sir.
I'll put in PPT.
Yes, sir.
I'm not able to see others.
Good afternoon to one and all. Let's be back for the session 3 for the day on World Telecommunication Day. The topic for the session 3 topic is IT applications in railways. And here we are going to have 3 papers. E-Office will be presented by Shri C.K. Prasad sir. Paper is on Rail Mitra by Senior DC Trivandrum, Mr. R. Dinesh. Third paper is UIP based train control system, which will be presented by Shri D. Srinivasu, Senior DST Mysore.
हमको जेम पे दे दिया वो करा देंगे सर जी
We request our PED Signal Railway Board, Shri Anshul Gupta sir, to chair the session. Before he starts with, I'll just give a small brief upon sir at present is working as. I request one and all to kindly mute the mics, please. So to start with our chairperson, Shri Anshul Gupta sir. Sir is presently working as Principal Executive Director, Signal Railway Board. And prior to this, sir was manager West Central Railway, Jabalpur. And sir is having a great expertise in maintenance and operating systems. And just few highlights, sir has been instrumental in development of QA processes for new technologies and his adaptation in Indian Railways. Sir is also writing right of FRS, SRS, and specification for new technologies and their trials on Indian Railways. Currently, sir is the Secretary of Institution of Railway Signal Engineer, Indian section, which provides competence development program to railway professionals. So now I request our sir to kindly take over the session, kindly chair the session, summarize and conclude the session. Sir, I request you to please take over the session 3, sir. Sir.
So first of all, my organizing such a fantastic webinar today, and my compliments to all the participants as World Telecom, and what a day. Post COVID-19, telecom and IT world, and we have so this telecom and IT applications are Indian Railways will not will again be left not untouched, and a lot of will take new ways to operate, new ways to handle our passengers, and a lot of new things we will be seeing. We shall be discussing as a part of IT applications in railways. I see that everybody is now talking of contact working or operations. So E-Office C.K. Prasad shall be covering. At least we have felt it has totally revolutionized our working. Now most of the work in Railway Board is through E-Office, and so I feel that itself will lot of change in days. New techniques like AI, ML, which discussing during the session as well. To discuss today and put forward. Now we have to take care of our passengers in a new way, because post COVID-19, he has a lot of new expectations. Information, the train arrival and departure information, he has to see whether he is secured and safe, that he has to be assured. So in the last session, we have discussed about digital ID also. So it is as how this type of working used on Indian Railways, and it is going to be a reality very soon. And CCTV work under VSS techniques, and we improvise new our railways and divisions have to play a big role in how this should help our even in train operations. These tactics will play a big role. This year we have sanctioned a number of CTC works we have sanctioned shall be you can say dovetailed with like using AI, how those things. These are also to be planned. so that we can take of these applications also covered IoT systems, which is also going to, and we have relying on a route. I think we are also aware that now a lot of new traffic, like accruing on railways, and a lot of parcel trains also we are running. MR has brought out that the total logistic cost in India at present is roughly 13% of the total cost of the thing. 13% can be brought down will be by using new IT, especially AI powered and other IT supply chain management, where also again S&T engineers has to play a role. I think a lot of new technologies in the area of IT in railways will come up, and I think discuss innovative designs which we have done in last few days and a few months on Indian Railways. The speaker today, C.K. Prasad. CK, you are ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir, for setting the context.
Just a minute, I'll just sum up. CK Chandrakeshwar Prasad, he is working as Regional General Manager RailTel, Hyderabad, and he is a 1990 batch of SSC. He heads business and IT operations of RailTel Corporation of India Limited in southern India. I have worked with him, RailTel, and otherwise also, and he's an asset. RailTel, whenever any new innovation, other things come, we do discuss with him, innovate and proliferate such technologies, not only RailTel, but on railways as well. His topic is e-office. Of e-office project on Indian Railways has already started. How planned it, all those things he is going to cover today. We shall be having it. Thank you. Okay, CK, over to you.
Thanks for setting the context. And first of all, Mr. Bhaskar and Mr. Madhusudan, CST. Respected Shri Pradeep Kumar sir, MST. Shri Sharma sir, AM Signal. Well, sir, Reset. And sir, EG Nair. And all the officers who are attending this session on. So, good afternoon, all of you. The e-office from perspective, and we faced initially because this was a project, and also I'll deal with some of the success factors which we could, the reasons for which we could make it happen. So e-office project was users. It was initially assigned to Chris, and there was a stat estimate, no detailed estimate was sanctioned at that point of time. And subsequent to October 2018, Railway Board decided to assign the project to Railway. Once the project was assigned to us, we did the entire work on the implementation roadmap. And the estimate was sanctioned on 2nd of January 2000. Till that time, the MOU was not signed. So we prepared the MOU project in September 2016, 6 months ahead of the March 2020 target. So target was March 2020 this year, but we could complete by September of 2019. This has asked NIC under the mission mode project of the National E-Governance Program to develop this. Their undertakings and their institutions can digitize, they can transform their working. So this is basically electronic workspace, and many of the organizations, in fact, Lal Bahadur administration adopted way back in 2002, Maharashtra government adopted some in 2007. Railways, the e-office provides a transition, as we have been handling huge amount of paper-based. So it basically enables conversion from the electronic format. References are process. The e-office is deployed on a cloud platform, which is highly available, scalable, and from a central location. Was modernized and at both the data centers in Secunderabad and Gurgaon, and the project was implemented on the new modern infrastructure, which encompasses both the data centers. The e-office ensures or enhances the transparency, and it also data design itself by avoiding unproductive to go to of one department or the department, and usually for a file is around 15, which in e-office is prominent features is traceability of file, the timestamp. I listed few of them. Generation of acknowledgement for received letters, reminders on files and receipt. There's a powerful global search of the files, and also the having SSL VPN. The email and alerts can be set on and instant messaging for notifiable application. Coming to the benefits, it's a digital workplace solution for efficiency and bringing transparency. It standardizes the entire. You can monitor and take in faster. The cases goes off faster. Information is available on where the entire workflow. And preservation of knowledge and records, because the e-office application has got e-file and thing currently, but some of railways have started using this to notice board to put the information. In fact, a lot of information, all the codes, finance code, our manuals can be shared. It provides a better work. It's highly available and secure. There's a backend on daily basis, and web is taken secure. It enables migration. Otherwise, it is more. If we take brings a lot of hygiene factor in terms of migrations. Obviously, we can add for a very long time, which is not possible in physical files. And you repeatedly during this current pandemic, the unprecedented COVID-19 situation, it has enabled work from home and also remote working. So still people are able to do their work, maintain the social distancing, and following the government guidelines in this. Coming to challenges, primarily to telecom. Of course, data center was there in 2015, but it was used as co-location, more of a co-location and a service. And there was no cloud infrastructure deployed. It was a siloed type of setting. Second was to modernize the infrastructure, since as a co-located infrastructure, but they were not able to use because of the response time. The servers were not to log it. So response time from improvement to the modern. Other task was to deploy a certificate to be filled in the data with different type of understanding in the forms. So cleaning and refining data was done. The next step was basically to create email ID on the NIC geo.in, and which initially Railway Board started doing it, but then we are finding that it's under time. And this work was done by CNS Directorate, give the portal, and this was to be integrated with LDAP integration, which is basically for authentication of the users. LDAP stands for Lightweight Protocol. Other challenge was to upgrade them. Was the same. There was no huge amount of traffic will come to these two days. At the same time, between the two, to enable replication and limited resources, because the e-office team is total 60 people for government, central, state, everybody, and they usually work from office hours to office hours 5 days a week. The challenge to get support from NIC, and another in Group C employees, the ministerial cadre, to learn and basically start working on this, because most of them even they cannot type on a normal. So some headlers are there who are younger and they can do the typing. So on behalf of the OS, we told them you draft and give it to you so that they feel more comfortable. Otherwise, there was a lot of resistance initially from these people. And CRB, when he was GM Southern Railway, he told that alignment will become a roadblock for you to circumvent. So ensure that you are able to handle those. We found that in the success of the project, to one unit to other unit, when you start implementing, and got amplified, it got accelerated. The modern data center infrastructure, the most important thing was the design. So in the design considerations, we have taken high availability. Other was fault tolerant. That is, if any server fails, there won't be any dislocation of service. Move from one server. So we have kept a fault on. So any hardware is not going to affect the operations. That we did the dynamic link in a particular server of users accessing that. So response time goes down. So doing that workload to other hosts loaded. So that is and the design which we have done is validated by a cloud service provider. They provide a cloud software, cloud operating system, and all. And the thing was that we have 3 or 4 people in the data center. So most important thing was how to automate that, because we require usually a data center will have some people working different domains, but we 4 people in Hyderabad and 4 people in. So we from day one we in the design itself we told that we have to automate that, it through a dashboard through which you can run or spin a new virtual machine, use templates so that you want to run a Linux machine, or you want to run a Ubuntu machine, or you want to bring a Windows log insights. This is also implemented so that all the logs can be centralized, and the log is collected from various servers and analyzed, and it is used for troubleshooting. Important aspect of operating system, and we are using cloud infrastructure across the DCDR, which has very less form factor, 6 racks of the amount of what form factor, and with a very high processing processors, 18 cores, and with the hyper threading. So each of these servers had 72 cores with hyper threading. We also implemented virtualized storage so that data can be stored across the storage arrays, and the data center interconnect, that is a network defense finally up, and this has been found to be very huge amount of egress and ingress traffic coming to the data center. We also implemented network virtualization, and because of this, 3 storage and network virtualization and data center. So our data center in design. So we have get certification and other things. We are on that way of doing that. Then we have a cloud management platform, through which we can from the console various workloads and apps. As for the functionality of the data center is concerned, we provide now this cloud, and going forward, backup as a service, and it's a continuous work. We do a lot of POCs. Technology is changing so fast. Technology is really a challenge. Today in the sessions also we saw how 800G in the present. So the technology is changing very fast, and it is usually for people to change. We have to build a culture of learners to basically bring this type of functionality of distributed firewall is the internet world and the center world. But when the traffic has to go to between the server, that is a horizontal database server to application server of, let us say, one particular railway, and database server that load instances for the zone railways, the traffic can be balanced among 2 different application servers, and so that there's no latency on that. Micro-segmentation has been implemented to enhance the data security so that there's a hack, so they don't get impacted. So security is, we should have basically so it is something like that. Flow and activity monitoring is implemented. Failover from primary data center to is seamless. So in case there is a problem in the entire virtual machine moves from Secunderabad to Gurgaon, and people can start working from Gurgaon. And it can fail back again. The entire workload can fail back to once the Secunderabad data center is restored. The workload can continue to work from there. Endpoint security has been implemented, and we implemented the plan with RPO and RTOs, which is at par with the other IT resources we allocated for e-offices data center. We have 19 instances, including Railway Board instance, and each of these has got 5 virtual machines. So, for example, Railway Board has 5 virtual machines, Southern Railway has 5 virtual machines, and Southern Railway has 5 virtual. One machine is second is application server 2, and the load balancing happens between these two. The 5 servers which are direct e-office in DC. DR, the number of virtual machines are 54. My total storage allocated is 85 terabytes. Total RAM is 3.25 terabytes, and the C 1672 in DC. In DR it is 1152. So DR is the resource allocated 35. In Secunderabad we have 25. That is in schematic of the telecom network. So the green line, what you can see in the center is replication traffic between the DC and some applications are reciprocal, are running in Secunderabad DR. So MPLS brings a lot of other servers which are required for the services. For example, we have NTP server for timestamp, and those things are control servers and control plane servers. Software tools so that because the more, so we have Postgres Enterprise, Postgres SQL. This menu going to each of the data brought to a common thing. I'll show you some of the as we go forward. So it has got a management and monitoring. There's a vRealize automation which is from VMware. So that part for provisioning of new instances. So right now we have completed phase 1, phase 2, and when we are using this automation tool, so that deployment can in few hours, which used to take 5 to 6 days, a week, now can be done in hours. So that is the advantage of automation for implementation of the data center infrastructure. Then we have vRealize operations, which is a performance and diagnostic tool, the network side. It's got advanced analytics and reporting in that. So it uses the AI and machine learning.
Kindly expedite.
Yes, sir. There's automated generated reports, custom alerts, and through this we can basically capacity. This is one of the dashboard for monitoring of see that the CPU utilization is there, the guest OS running, and the amount of database. So they're individually VMs, and this gives a dashboard which is showing that there are 340 hosts, and it gives all. So green means everything is fine. Red is some critical issues, and orange means it is giving some notifications. The databases which are for all the 90 instances, and it gives the databases. So these are the alerts which are coming from the database in the fast. And this is a snapshot of the data. So on the left side is all the, for example, ECR database is selected. So it gives that the PID number of that as a backend start time, things like that. So we did a lot of training programs, extensive training programs for different levels. So level 1 was user level training. Then we did training for master training. They can train the railway officials and the employees there at the locations. Then product admin training was for our own employees. And system admin training was also for our own employee training on system admin, so that they can manage some of the training sessions. The photographs are here. These are also some of the pictures of extensive training through classroom setup, through conference room, and various types. In fact, we had taken e-learning center, a lot of training there for Southern Railway officials there. These are some of the photographs of various training sessions which were undertaken by RailTel. This is the view of the on the URL e-office RailTel, and there is a lock, so it has got a SSL. So the project execution units, which units are basically zonal headquarters, workshops, construction units, production units, CTIs, RDSOs. phase 1, we completed all the 58 units on September, the last. And in phase 3, 20 divisions, both 46 divisions to itself. So phase 1, phase 2, everything is completed. So 58 out of 58 and 46 out of 46 in phase 1 and phase 2. Now phase 3 will be balanced in the workshops and maybe core central organization for rail electrification and some of the RR growth. I just take it. So there was a lockdown also, but we continue doing it because of our automation. For Indian Railways, and because a lot of people have been, and there was a dip in this. Green is basically for April when lockdown was there, and this blue is basically for the month of May. So there's a sharp increase in this because we commissioned phase 2 enabled VPN. So in this bar chart, growth in e-office utilization sharp. So e-file count, e-receipts also. And we have a set up exclusive technical support from 8 hours to 20 hours, and this can
Looks like Secunderabad is isolated.
अभी screen आ गया? Okay. Yeah, so sorry for that. So there was a power cut. This modem is not on. I put on Google this Geo dongle now. So this is the help desk performance over the end of 2019 till date. So various issues like related to DSC, the keep moving, retirement, general queries, file management system, master data management, VPNs. So all we issue the same day, which have been shown graphically here. So initially the issues see the decline, and again there'll be slight increase because new units are getting commissioned. So there'll 3 to 4 months and more number of calls, and then again it declines because people get well versed with the application. Success factors, I've listed a few of them. So one was the preparation MOU, clear in RailTel who's going to do what, and planning of the work, including training of internal key resources for deployment of e-office application. And use of GEM we have used for procurement of material, and items which are not on GEMs initially, we coordinated with GEM to upload those specifications also, along with the vendor list. Because everything went online, bids were low, everything was no. And then because most of the OEMs are, many items are imported items, so we had to follow up with them for those closely to get the material delivered. Training of RailTel key resources was all capacity building programs were run by us. Railways had funds also in helped us. RailTel trainers had trained the railway officials, and that is how the various trainings. RailTel in all the regions and divisions, and they are assigned to, and they basically help to get all the DMD and FMS. Processes were established for submitting of the application for DSC, filling of the supply of this DSCs through went with units and divisions. We got the full support from Railway Board, General Managers, Zone Railways, Headquarters, DRMs for fast implementation of the project. Deployment at Guntur and Southern Headquarters was done through and local procurement, because by the time the MOU was not signed, did this as the MOU signed to maintain the momentum. 1 minute. Initial success is the appreciation letter which CR did. This will be the last slide. We are doing some enhancements now. So we enabled the email diarization feature. All the instances have been completed. Now we are enabling the inter-instance communication. The work is in progress with NIC. And the new module, there's a new version to be upgraded, 6.03, to enable audit the physical files of electronic files. This reports that is week's time. So in conclusion, railways have embarked on this journey of digital transformation. Most of the organizations are on and 20 railways geared up role in this digital of the government of India. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the position.
Thank you. Any questions?
CK, I am CC Southern Railway here. Is you are able to hear? CK?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, go ahead.
This is it e-office is a bandwidth hungry application, because many times we get the feedback from the user that operation is very slow, it takes a lot of time. That is one thing. Second thing, bandwidth per user, you told it is 3 MB. That has to be huge. Actually, that is one thing. Second one, I request from your side, what will be the bandwidth required for group of the people, 100 people, some kind of thing, you have to give directives so that we will be able to assess. That is one thing. And the third one is it required internet? Because it is put in the data center of RailNet. So misconception is more internet bandwidth. Is it correct?
Sir, I'll answer the questions one by one. First thing is that servers are not loading is hardly 30%, most of the servers. So the problem is coming from the network side. 3 MB per user. So it is all the users will not be accessing at the same time. So we can take a statistical say 70 or 80%. That way we can work out and will be give, and they will according to that they gave us 2 minutes of bandwidth. Internet required because it's on RailNet and it is on MPLS VPN. Definitely secure, and so from where all the malwares and ransomware and all those attacks recommended to use it, it should be through VPN, which is encrypts the entire traffic. So internet definitely is not required in managing end-to-end QS. We have to see in some locations may not be established, because from the MPLS then there are a lot of other routers in the division or the quarter switches. So we have to see up to the user. There may be multiple hops will be there, and we have to see that the MTU size is, and the QS is enabled end-to-end. So that will some sort of fine-tuning is to be done on the network side. And I'm seeing most of the problem coming on the network side. Because whenever they complete, there's no load on the server, but the user is still completing. Because one is people are using extensively internet also, so we have to segregate the internet traffic and MPLS traffic both.
Any other question? I have one question. When?
Sir, one question.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Murali Krishna here.
Murali Krishna, 1 minute.
Sorry, sir.
Now files, normally one file, one officer will be handling in Chennai. So he will access the file. Then he will forward to his controlling officer. Again, that person also will access the same file. So instead of every time accessing from your data center, why not we have caching servers at all places so that the data transfers will be minimum? So have we thought of any architecture like that?
Sir, actually, this see the files finally it has to get updated in the database. So if we keep zones additional servers, one is basically cost increases. Second thing, UPS and power supply to manage that, and you require IT resource there to manage it. If you see all the e-commerce side, they don't really require so many servers or caching and all. Bottlenecks in the network side, we have to streamline. So that is, I think upgrade to 100G with MPLS, because there was a router which was 1G type of port, and really about close to 3,500 users.
At least data intensive things, Like we can provide air conditioner, server can be purchased and provided, structure will be there at also. But like to choose, otherwise huge transfers will be there, everything gets choked as the data requirement, bandwidth requirement is becoming too huge. Think of it, let us see.
Bhaskaran, this is as per NIC architecture. The ministries they use uh, once the next version comes, which is my question also, when the mobile version is coming up.
Yes, so this NIC we for mobile version it may take 6 to 8 months. But usually they have people around 50 to 60 people, out of which only there are 20 developers are there. So they usually take, though they may say 6 months, but sometimes it takes much more than that. So central government agency and
Data and you are on the mobile, a lot of security issues also have to be.
yes, so in mobile, sir, there is something called MDM, mobile data management, where in the mobile you have two spaces. So once that application is installed, it actually works in a secure space and from whatever apps are there in the mobile. So it creates basically a tunnel with like a container. It's in its own space and own. There's something called from AirWatch, which provides this type of service. There are other solutions also there. So works, but for that we have to install those, and only within that container we'll partition that, and you can run the service in that and its applications. So the data in is fully encrypted and it separately.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, TK.
Murali Krishna, sir.
Thank you, sir.
One question. See, limitation in the file size that you can attach in the e-office, more than 2 MB. The other day I was trying to find one workshop publishing in this yearbook. It had a lot of photographs. It was we are not able to upload, so I had to split the file and send it. Can we increase the file size?
Actually, yeah, this restriction is by NIC. What they want is a normal. You have to scan lower 100 DPI.
When we are having our own data centers, why the restriction?
DPI or 1200 DPI, the size of the file will be really high. From storage. Each of these servers have got almost 4 terabytes of cache solid state drives we have got because of is very good, and then we have got 80 terabyte of and on top of that we have got a separate SAN, both good byte, that is around 1000 terabytes. Message doesn't support because application, but NIC has told that because NIC also is hosting the office for the government and they have allocated space or infrastructure from their data centers, state data centers, and they don't have capacity. It is
There's another problem. What we face is it frequently logs out. When you're in the office again, you have to re-enter again.
Time issue. We'll move to second.
Sorry.
So our next is our senior DSM. Is he there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, welcome. Shri R. Devesh, he belongs to IRSSC 2010 batch, and he is working as a senior DST in major construction projects like gas conversion work, College Kodanur yard remodeling, Pet 2/3 work, Arkonam yard remodeling work, and he will be present paper on Rail Mitwa. Rail Mitwa while COVID-19, so he will be the various patients. Dinesh.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon to all. I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, Dinesh, go ahead.
This innovation was
Thanks, ma'am.
This innovation is appreciated by Honorable MR also.
Thanks, sir. Sir, RailTel is a multi-purpose device which was developed by Trivandrum Division. As we all know, it's COVID-19 populations around the globe, almost 3.1 lakhs deaths, almost 206 countries. Even our World Health Organization has declared this COVID-19 as a pandemic. Our country is also no exception. We have around 90,000 affected cases till date, with more than 53,000 active cases. And Indian Railways is playing a major role in our fight against this COVID-19. Our divisional officers, hospitals has been nominated as COVID hospital. Honorable MR sees with zonal railways and divisions has instructed ideas that can help us in our fight against this COVID-19. Accordingly, Trivandrum Division has designed and developed RailMitra. Basic idea was there is a high chance of getting affected by a coronavirus by close contact with the COVID-19. One of the major challenges which we are facing in our isolation wards also, in our hospitals. RailMitra avoiding those close contacts with COVID patients by providing various services. It can be used for distributing various essential items like medicines, foods, water, etc. to the COVID-19 patients, like used plates, bottles, masks, etc. from the COVID-19 patients. This device can carry a payload of up to 3 kg. It can be used for even disinfection purpose also, and can use as a means of communication. Some of the main features of this RailMitra is it's having a UV chamber for disinfecting used items. The used or the condenser. This can be put in the UV chamber, and the UV light in the chamber can be turned on. These UV lights will be used for disinfecting these materials. And it is designed in such a way that once the chamber is opened, the UV light will automatically turn off. So that these stuff it's not getting affected by UV lights. Feature is we are using these UV lights. Actually, on the bottom side of RailMitra, we have provided UV lights. This can be used for disinfecting the floors. These UV lights can be controlled using an RF remote, and the movement of RailMitra can also be controlled by the same remote, so that an infected floor can be disinfected with the help of this. Another feature is it has got a spray system. This can be used for spraying the disinfectants. Like it can be either hydrogen peroxide or sodium hypochlorite solution. This RailMitra can carry, it's having a tank capacity of almost 2 liters. And the spraying system is also being controlled using RF remote. And fourth feature of this RailMitra is automatic hand sanitizer dispenser. The basic purpose behind this was the equipment itself should not get contaminated while getting in contact with the COVID affected person. Suppose if you are carrying some food materials or some materials to the COVID-19 patients, before taking these materials from the RailMitra, he has to sanitize his hands. Here also we have a dispenser. Its functioning is based on sensors and microcontrollers. You can automatically dispense hand sanitizer. It's programmed like the dispensing will be for 0.7 seconds, and just place your hands just below so that hand sanitizer will be dispersed. And another feature is we have provided a UV lamp of 11 watts UV lamp has been provided, which will be working on a 230 volts. This can be used for disinfecting the rooms. Mitra, we have used an inverter which will convert the 12 volts to 230 volts, and these UV lamps of 11 watts that will be working on this is basically used for disinfecting the rooms. And it has also got a fume generator. This the sodium hypochlorite or the sodium peroxide fumes. It has got a fume generator which will convert these solutions into fumes, and this also will be used for disinfecting the rooms. And the entire working of this RailMitra is controlled using an RF remote controller, and which has got a coverage of almost 500 meters. Now, next is the working on the various circuit description, the various modules which we have used inside the RailMitra. The first one is HT12 wireless module. It's basically a serial communication module with the maximum of 100 communication channels, which is working on the 433 to 473 megahertz range. This module is having a that's in open space. We have tested up to 500 meters with this. It's basically a half duplex system, which having a maximum transmit power of around 20 dBms. It's around 100 milliwatts, and the receiver sensitivity is around minus 117 dBm with a baud rate of around bps. This module is used for establishing the communication between the remote control and the RailMitra. Next, what we have used is, this is another module. This is the main core module in RailMitra. This is the Arduino Nano microcontroller. It's basically a microcontroller board, which is using this 80 mega 328 micro. It has basically around 22 digital IOs are there, and out of these 22, 6 IOs we can use it for the EWM, working on 5 volts. This is the main unit, which the entire program is being loaded on this Arduino, and you have got Arduino IDE is available. It's a free software. Using this, you can load the software in this microcontroller. This is the L298N DC motor driver module. This module is basically used for driving the motors. 4 motors control the movement of this RailMitra. This module can control both the speed as well as the spinning direction. It's with the 2 techniques we are using it. One is the PWM, and you are having an X bit also in this. It's for controlling the rotation direction. It has got a maximum power of around 25 watts. With the 2H bridge, with this you will be able to drive DC motors. And this module can be easily integrated with the module. This one is ULN 2003. It's a relay driver IC. It's basically used for driving various relays, which will further open. It's a high voltage, high current. It's having high voltage, high current Darlington transistor arrays. Each array will be having around some 7 APN configuration Darlington pairs. Basically, to increase the output voltage, like the collector current, the collector current is almost around 500 milliamps with these arrangements, and you have a maximum voltage of around 50 volts. This will help us in driving different relays which we are using there. The IC relay, these are the various relays, and through these relays, for the power supply, we are using this boost converter module. This will convert the 10 volt 32 volts to the 12 volt 35 volts output voltage. This will be feeding to the various modules. And for the backup, we are using lithium ion batteries, and we are using a charge protection module also for charging these batteries. We get a backup of around 7 hours for this. Next is this is the basic block diagram of RailMitra. On the right side, you can have the transmitter. This is the transmitter module. It's also working on an HC12 wireless module. We have already seen it. And it's having an 8328. Now, microcontroller is there, and it's having the with the lithium ion cells and the charging modules. Then RailMitra is also having a for sensor-based autonomous disinfection system. This Adreno and the SC04. That's an ultrasonic sensor. The core part is the 80 mega 328 microcontroller. The receive you have wireless module. That's a receiver module. See, HC12 focus on transmitter or receiver. Then you are having the DC motor drivers, which will drive for different motors for rotating the wheels. And you are having a relay driver, which will drive various relays. It's for targeted for the UV lamps and for the inverter module also. I'd like to share made, which will explain about the in detail about the various functions of the RailMitra. I hope the video is visible.
Yes, Dinesh, it is visible.
Thanks, ma'am.
I think Dinesh has completed his presentation. Looks like.
Dinesh, you have this thing?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Dinesh, how long your people have taken for designing this product?
Sir, actually, sir, the highlight was actually this was designed and developed by one of our JE Signal. His name is R. Nidhi. He has taken 1 week, sir.
What is the budget?
It's less than 20,000.
Good, very good innovation.
Thanks, sir.
What is the user feedback?
Sir, we got positive feedback, sir. It's good. We are getting a lot of requests from other railways also now. We have shared the technologies which come with this. And we are ready to share this technology with the workshops also. It's,
Just for manufacturing. Okay. So there is a.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. As suggested, we have taken the details from senior DST, sir. Now we will try to make an industrial type model first, prototype. Then after that, we'll mass produce this item, sir.
Involve medical people also, so that ultimately they are the users, so they should be. They are the best.
We'll do that, sir.
Thank you, Dinesh. Our next is Srinivaslu.
Yes, sir.
You are ready?
Yes, sir.
Shri D. Srivan currently working as Senior DST Mysore, as AST Construction BNC, DST Mysore, DST Coordination BNC. He was involved earlier in various doubling project railways. He will be presenting a paper, voice-based train control system. Srinivaslu.
Yes, sir. Good evening to all. Today I will be presenting VoIP based train control communication system which is being commissioned in Mysore division. Let me brief about this project. This project got sanctioned in December 2019 under LAW work. The cost of the work is 1.3 crores. We have awarded to Mr. MS Creative Communication, Varanasi. The scope of the work is airport equipment and the reception equipment and server blocks and networking equipments. We will be discussing about what is the uniqueness of train, why we are migrating to the IP-based train control communication system, in implementing the train control and the design philosophy with respect to our proposed present implementation in detail with respect to network diagram, IP-based train control communication from the user point of view, from the maintainer point of view, and the security issues will be discussing. Control office is basically a nervous center of the divisional working for divisional operating organization. The control office exists in every divisional headquarters. Basically, controller analyze the pattern of the masters for optimum utilization of various assets like track, locomotive, signaling assets. Control communication circuits are basically interconnecting between the controller and all the wastage station under his jurisdiction with a facility for selective calling any wastage station from his control office or the board.
plays an important role in control office working. The efficiency of any control communication largely depend upon the media and the equipments are connected to the system. Speech and signaling are two important features of the control communication. Controller and the farthest station should be acceptable irrespective of number of way stations are connected. The controller and way station should be able to have conference signaling side. The controller should be able to call any station along the route or a group of stations along the route or all the stations simultaneously. And the controller should get an audible indication when a bell called station rings. Control communication basically a omnibus circuit. In the omnibus circuit, all the subscribers or the nodes are connected on line of the circuit. For a call individual subscriber, a unique select DMF signaling. On this type of omnibus circuit, basically secrecy of the call cannot be maintained. It is vital for smooth and efficient train operation. If the communication get interrupted, the train operations, but also are delinked from the headquarters. This is the present and a speaker and a headset. This is the base station equipment. We can see the DDMF decoder and control port. In this station, we are using system basically built upon the analog telephony. We are using 4-wire communication for omnibus circuits, and he will be joined the conference. And there will be a press to talk to button. By pressing the press to talk to button, he can talk to the controller. Base stations are always connected to the controller. It is like a hotline communication between base station and controller. Since the backbone of the communication is analog telephony and built on omnibus circuit, often control communication experience the noise. The noise is the biggest challenge in the present. There is no failover facility in case of headquarter. Total communication interruption will take place in the path and media diversity. And messages also not encrypted, means anybody what is the conversation happening, and the voice loggers and event loggers are not inbuilt in the present communication system. Additional voice loggers are interfaced for voice logging purpose. Telephony only meets the basic voice requirement, such as call from the base station. Controller cannot know which station master is calling to him. So adding the new features like caller ID, SMS facility, encryption is not at all possible. Present day, the equipment and arrangements are specific to railway. The present day technology is outdated. Nobody is using this technology outside the railways. So these are all the specific railway working. Encryption is not available, as I discussed earlier. Text messaging also not possible. Exchanging to the station master. So there is no secrecy in the communication. Other station masters can also listen what are the private numbers exchanged to other station masters. This is the existing control communication network for board 3 of Mysore division. It is having 2-level protection. One is at STM 16 or 64 level radio patch. This station through PDMux 4-wire voice communication is established at base station and headquarter. Basically, if you see, it is a ring topology. A protection achieved with the STM 16 and BSNL level. In case of multiple cable cuts or equipment failure, will be unable to reach few or more stations. Nowadays, the reliability of the BSNL channel is very poor. Most of the places, BSNL stopped the services because the technology is outdated. They are not getting any spare components. So why we need IP-based system? Vivo IP based on IP backbone, it has many advantages and features which is readily available. IP-based telephony is a state-of-art technology available in the market. No need to invent the wheel again. Design equipment specific to this equipment. We no need to design specific to our application. So we can use off-the-shelf product. There are numerous companies have proven products in the market. We can directly use these products. Since the backbone communication is IP, we can use existing well-established infrastructure for voice and there is no need to maintain. Many of the features already were discussed will be going quickly. One block and a single channel is a omnibus circuit. Short messaging facility is also available in the IP based train control communication. Means station master and control can send the SMS, send the short messages, and private exchange facility is also available. So event logger inbuilt in the present system. All the events will be logged. This can be useful for failure analysis as well as during any uneventuality happen. This will be useful for inquiry also. As the backbone is IP, the voice is very crystal clear. This also helps to extend the IP to the wastage station. Facility to railway voice work also possible. With the VoIP based train control communication, controller can talk to their outside the railway networks or auto networks. They can very well ask them to join in the conference call also. The system is hot standby for high availability. The biggest challenges in IP based system is emulation of because the omnibus feature is unique to railway. Design changes required coming to emulate the VoIP based omnibus feature in VoIP based train control communication system. And to the VoIP based system is also biggest challenge because works on 4-wire circuit. So interfacing these two is the biggest challenge. And making of IP backbone at wastage station is a critical VoIP based system in railways. Design philosophy: the communication blocks majorly control all the call controls. It has a provision for disaster recovery. It will be configured in 1+1 hot standby configuration. One server can remote location also we can keep for better reliability. Communication server handle various EMC or interface to the VoIP based train control communication with the EMC gateways. And there is option to remotely EMC communication server capable of handling FXO and FXS gateways. VoIP train control communication. We can call telephone also. It can be called. Should be rich and user friendly for the controllers and SMs. There should not be any drastic change from user point of view. This is the major components of the proposed system. Basically, it has server blocks, gateways, control consoles, and IP telephone or consoles for ASM. Server blocks consist of one is a communication server block and a network management server and a network event notification server. From the gateway side, we are having FXS and FXO gateway to log telephony. Then emergency gateway to control the emergency sockets. SMS gateway to send the alerts to the maintainers in case of any faults in the circuit, in the network or the equipments. Control console for the used for the controllers and IP telephone or console for ASMs. This is the typical drawing, schematic drawing issued by based train. RDSO doesn't specify what kind of used for this communication. It is left to Zonal Railway. Zonal Railway has to decide the arrangement required for train control communication. Controller block, and these are the various gateways are interfaced to the LAN. These are the base station equipment. We'll be discussing in detail how these modules are implemented in present in our Mysore division work. This is a network diagram of proposed VoIP based system, board 3, Mysore division. We have designed 3-level. We have designed 3-level network arrangement. One is at STM11 level, another one is STM level, RCL, MPLS networks. At base stations, Ethernet IP is derived with the using T interface modem of STM. We can derive the IP at the base station. This is the typical arrangement of headquarter equipment. As we discussed, there are three paths are there. One is main path. This is the secondary path, and this is the protection path, third protection path. So it is connected to the layer 3 switch. From there, these are the communication modules in 1+1 configuration, and this is the voice logger, and this is NMS server, and this is the event notification server, and FXO gateway, which is interface to the analog phone or BSNL phones, and 4-port DTMF gateway. Here in present work, our board 3 having 29 stations, whereas the work got sanctioned for 19 stations. So we have planned interface balance 9 stations using this DTMF gateway, and we are having emergency gateway to emergency communication circuit. This is the control office equipment and the test room equipment. This is the control console. We are having option either touch panel can be connected or normal phone can be connected for the control console, and test room application will be having for monitoring the time. Then there is option to any S&T officer who is posted at headquarters. This is the connectivity arrangement at base stations. Driving Ethernet by using T interface module of by concatenating 3 KLMs. So we are proposed to use POA switch to avoid the power requirement at ASM room. So this is the FX gateway. Suppose SM is off the hook, so there is no possible to ring the SM. Now connected FX way. SM is off the hook. There is a possibility of giving these are the 3 additional modules which we are not presently using for extension. Control console having touch panel. Control console can call any base station or group of stations or any other control with a single touch. Status such as busy or free or currently in conference or of various stations readily available on the panel. Controllers get the ID of base station calling or in the conference presently. Call logs records of various events such as when the base station is joined, when the base station left. Communication over IP to enable exchange the private number also possible. We are proposed to provide VoIP IP phone at base station. The single equipment for multiple controls. Normally at junction stations, multiple controls. From the aesthetic point of view, keeping too many family based system, we control with one single phone. Distinctive dialing for easy identification of sections. A short dialing buttons controls with one button, press or click. Incoming call alerts for easy identification of controller in case of multiple controls are used. Caller ID, call logs, missed call details facilities also available at base station. Reliability features, as we discussed earlier, communication server block designed in 1+1 hard standby. Dual Ethernet ports are available in server, so it will improve the reliability and availability of the communication system. Base station gateways with remote survivability feature higher priority in case of bandwidth choke. Higher bandwidth priority will be given to ASM calls and emergency call. Power on Ethernet facility for IP phone, which will remove the dependency on power supply at ASM rooms. Server security feature, servers blocks having inbuilt protection against the denial of service attacks aimed at disrupting the availability of server or service, so as the ACL access control list perform the packet filtering to control the movement of packets through the network. Secure shell product is used to remote login for diagnostic as well as configuring the remote nodes. Authentication used using 802.1x protocol. With this 802.1x protocol, we can link the user and it can be possible. End-to-end encryption is possible, so the calls are secure. No one can tamper the circuit. Secure private numbers. SMs or controller can exchange the private number securely. Network can be monitored on real-time basis using NMS server. So the detention in case of failure can be rectified without any detention. Industry standard SIP H.263 communication protocol. NTP protocol basically new timestamp protocol used for having uniform all the nodes. SMS alerts for faults and alarms. Basically it is useful for maintainers. There is a will be giving handheld devices. They will be getting the SMS alerts on their handheld device about the faults. Centralized network management. This is useful for configuration configuration as well as fault monitoring. Voice logging and event logging inbuilt. This will be useful. There is a easy search option is available. We can set the various voice logging for quality purpose from the station point of from the station side. SMS alerts also for the voice logging in case of any overflow in the stack. These alerts are available. Plug and play at base station. In case of any IP phone defect at base station, it can be hard swappable. Thank you.
Question, please.
Trying to commission this system.
Sir, actually, software design is completed, sir. Because of COVID, he is unable to get the. So within 1 month after this relaxation come for this, we will commission, sir.
Correct. Can the server be used by other divisions and other railways for implementing the IP control system for those divisions and?
Sir, this software has been built on Asterisk. It's basically open source software. So there is no constraint from the licensing point of view. That's what I understood from the vendor, sir. I am not sure about, sir, using the same server for other zones. But within the region, certainly possible, sir. There is no need to procure separate servers for the board. So to enhance full Mysore division, I just need VoIP and console equipment, sir. We can very well extend, sir.
Then one more question: is it possible by us to assemble the server ourselves by purchasing various components?
Sir, servers are readily available, sir. HP and RDSO recommends to use Dell and HP, sir.
Then there is a case for Podunur to purchase and supply for like with modification and loading software.
Yes, sir.
Podunur can like supply to all the railways for faster implementation of IP-based control system in Indian Railways. There is a very good case.
Murli, sir. Sir, after discussing with you, sir, I collected details from Srinivas, sir. I think it is we can handle it, sir. Actually, only most of the components are readily available
in the market, sir.
Available components. Only the server we have to buy and configure the system. That software can be standardized. We can ask to develop it and give it to us. Then once the software is standardized, the application part anybody can configure it, sir. So we have included one thread for this current year this thing, sir. I will be sending the proposal to be headquarters, sir, for approval for processing further, sir.
Good luck, Srinivas.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir.
From Southern Railway.
Sir.
Okay, sir.
Is it as per RDSO spec?
Yes, sir. RDSO spec, sir. As per RDSO spec, sir.
Okay. Because I think they are.
Sir.
Like server, I think they are removing the server, and I don't know what they are doing. So at least is it order or you are doing as a trial?
So trial, sir, there is no vendor is available, sir, on trial basis, sir. Basically, three firms are there, sir. Actually, one is Siemens, another one is Tediran, sir.
You can give all these references to RDSO
Yes, sir.
because
Yes, sir.
they are finalizing the specification.
Yes,
Because
sir.
I think it was installed in NCR or ECR. There was
Yes, sir.
issue of interoperability because
Yes,
if
sir.
you have one division or two divisions, they have to be a control section has to be not getting pairs. So I think they are revising the specifications. And LT or GXM are coming up. Those
Sir.
patching should also be available. So they are already working on that.
Right. Yes, sir.
Any more questions?
What is the last cost?
Sir, 1.3 crores, sir, total.
1.2?
1.3 crores, sir.
1.3 crores.
Yes,
How
sir.
many stations?
19 stations, sir.
Is it a redundancy built? Suppose server failed.
Yes, sir.
Have you made any disaster server?
Sir, communication server is a redundancy build, sir.
Kept in different locations or interlinked?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Emergency communication.
Sir.
This emergency socket.
Sir.
So you will be using the same quad cable, or you are thinking of reverting to OFC or something else?
Sir, actually, sir, this at present, sir, I thought of interfacing the existing quad cable only, sir. I was about to float the tender. Instruction has come from the board. So soon we'll be phasing out the EC socket. So I have not kept that option to say, sir. It has saved around 50 lakhs rupees, sir. Otherwise, that modules are pretty expensive, sir, to interface at a very basic station.
Okay. Because I think some instructions have come where emergency sockets have needed.
Yes, sir.
Then,
because this is a main line, sir. Availability of network is very good, sir. So I thought maybe after 2 years we will be phasing out the EC socket. So I have not kept that option, sir.
and RailTel has been asked by Railway Board to work on OFC based emergency sockets. So planning.
Yes, sir.
Right. I think thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So this session is also over. Now, Pratibha, you can take over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I thank once again the speakers for the session 3, and a special thanks to our PD sir for chairing the session, summarizing and concluding the session, sir. Thank you so much. Information to one and all. We have shared the email addresses and contact from there. We done, sir. We have done that. Now we have come to the end. From morning, we have presentations. We have heard to our railway board officials. We have heard to PCST, and we have heard to RailTel also. So I think we have really deliberated upon new technologies, emerging how best we can use in Indian railways and how best we can harness. That's to be seen in present and in future. I really wish very soon we can see everything has been sanctioned to see in railway, sir. So I think we have justified the day, sir, and almost we have come to an end. So just before we close down, I would like to was present over here. A very thank to MST, sir. Thanks to GM Southern Rail. Thank you to DG Nair. Thank you to AIM Signal and Tele Railway Board. Thanks to DG Irisset. Thanks to PD Signal Railway Board organization, all senior officers who were present in the webinar. I thank the presenters, OEMs, industry who has joined along with us. I thank PCST Southern Railway, all the officers, all the staff who were today present in the webinar through YouTube and through WebEx. Once again, I thank you one and all to be the part of the day and to really justify the day. And I think it was a real good week to really deliberate upon meditation. So we will close down the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very well organized. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
We also thank all the 10 million viewers around the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.